30% of their time is either in training or on PTO. And so we've been going,
Thank you.
so what they want to do is take 30% of everyone we have now, and it's one more full-time officer to cover those 30% that are gone. And so they want to add one full-time equivalent of a deputy, or of a deputy, and then a 0.5 of a detective. And then they are looking at how the sergeant is allocated as well. And then all their increases in regard to vehicles and safety equipment and training that they have, and all the body cam, all those things. So they are looking at an increase of 125,000 to just Lions.
And are they doing this increase among all the municipalities?
Yes. And they just signed a contract with Netherland, and they are, theirs is even higher than ours because they have someone assigned to them all the time.
And that's what we don't have.
That's what we don't have. We used to have it and we did away with it. So this is a significant increase for us. They're already the largest department in our budget at over 400,000.
Over 500.
Now we'll be over $500,000 of our $3 million budget.
Is there any room for negotiation with them?
I think there might be a little bit. They had said if this is too significant of a jump to let them know. But we hadn't had any meetings yet, but this is where they need to get to, and they anticipate the same thing the following year.
To add another officer, full-time officer.
Do we, and I guess this may be a question for Sergeant Sears, but do we need another full-time officer? Are there that many calls in the town limits?
When you look at our calls for service, they are up over 25% of last year.
In town limits?
Yes, most of them non-emergency. When people just call because there's an issue they would like to have addressed.
I have a question.
Yeah.
They've been having trouble with staffing and getting and recruiting
Yes.
more officers.
Mhm.
So if they do not find an officer to fill this position, are we still paying this money?
They said that their recruiting is much better. There's still some vacancies, but it's on a much better trajectory. If I think what they're saying is either way, yeah, they plan to fill this.
But I think in the past, at least since I've been here, we pay the same amount every month. It's a contract.
Yeah, it's a contract. That's
Whether, and
divided.
I'm not sure if we're aware of if there's, staffing issues or if they've always provided somebody, but yeah, it's always the same amount by contract.
Yes, they would provide the same coverage we need. They would just reduce their time of the training.
Potentially, and that also was one of the things that they were discussing is to allow for PTO for their officers, they really do need to have a full FTE and extra bodies because of the amount of PTO and being able to have somebody in the pay.
It sounds like we're basically paying more for about the same
Yeah,
amount of
that's what it is.
services, but
Yeah.
they're trying to recoup costs that they're losing.
Yes, they said that the way that Sheriff Pelly had did the staffing and the budgeting is much different than the way that Sheriff Johnson does it. They think this is much more accurate. And yes, this will not pay for any more services. This will bring us up to today's budgeting methods. And then next year, we'll see about the same.
Yeah.
And maybe we will get an action.
I mean, it is what it is, right? We have to have policing. But pursuant to our last meeting's conversation about red light cameras and what was the other speed bans, I wonder if we can talk to them about installing those as part of this uptick in what we're paying them.
We do have our own speed.
Yeah, The red light so the red light cameras and then the red light camera and then the speed van that takes the photo radar that takes your pictures, you're driving by.
But I have a feeling that would be separate,
I do too. I think
because it's not services they
because
provide.
they charge us for every flock camera, for every radar gun. It would be our cost probably. Plus, I think we'd have to check with CDOT if they'd allow it on a state highway,
Okay.
a red light camera, but. I mean, we can certainly look. I think it's also very appropriate if you want to have, they're willing to come and do a presentation to the board.
Mhm.
They just gave us their initial numbers, so we would have those going into.
I think it would be great to have them do a presentation to the board, but because I think we would all want to see it, and also because I think the public deserves to see it because it's their money.
And the only thing I think is high is the percentage, because they're classifying 30% off for staffing.
33.
33, so the industry I'm in, and multiple companies, we use 20%, vacation, time off, sick calls.
Well, this I think is the training aspect for
Same-
police
Yeah,
is
same
so
thing.
high.
Correct, that'd be the. That's fine.
I trust you, Sheldon.
It's expensive.
Yeah. Okay.
So one of the other, excuse me, large increases we're seeing is in insurance. And to my understanding, this is statewide. Property and auto insurance, hail claims, all that good stuff plays a factor into that. And the town's going to see an increase in that as well. I believe we're set to receive the dollar amounts really soon. But we can get those into the budget as well. And that will definitely impact our net income for just the year, not talking fund balance. And then, of course, staff salary increases. Victoria and I are looking at those, comparing them to other cities. And we'll see, how we compare and what we can do on some of those. But obviously we'll increase operational expenses current and going forward. All of these, unfortunately, are ongoing increases to the operational expenses. So when you think of that, think of the amounts that in years past, excess money we've been able to transfer to streets capital, which is discussed the next one. We've set aside some for the flood expenses that are deemed ineligible. And then we've also been able to allocate additional money towards some smaller capital projects with additional, revenues minus expenses just for the year. Because we don't have a good feel for how all of the revenue is going to come in, my recommendation is that we stick to looking at only the 2023 amount right now. So the amounts that I give you and gave you in the packet for the fund balances that are estimated after we've done and allocated some for the additional projects and the grant match. My recommendation is to stick looking at just those balances for now until we know in the budget where we're going to come out projected for 2024. So once we get all the budget, all the operational expenses in, then we will have a better feel for that. But because we have some of these large operational expense increases without significant revenue increases, I'm not anticipating that we're going to have a lot of fund balance left over to transfer like we have in the past. So the next item on the bulleted list is the streets capital transfer. As a reminder, we utilized a good chunk of that for 2023 projects, and we currently have 225,000. In the past, we've transferred anywhere from 200,000. I think this year we did 125,000. So to build up, that kind of reserve. And so that's a discussion that, might need to happen going forward. How we want to handle that, how the board wants to handle that. Any questions on any of this before I move on? Okay, so as a reminder, this is the estimated fund balance as of 2023. This does take into account the additional projects like the buoys and the salt sand that we already allocated some dollars to, and those will come forward in a future budget amendment. But the green line indicates where our 3-month reserve requirement is, and then the red bar shows the estimated fund balance. For purposes of easily doing math, I also included it below, and you can see the amounts in each fund that's estimated to be remaining from 2023 only. So again, this, if some of our operational expenses were higher in 2024, higher than revenues, obviously we would have to dip into this fund balance to help come up with that shortfall. But this does give you a general idea of the amount currently remaining for capital projects, one-time use type activities.
You have a question?
Well, obviously, the guy in the middle there, the water. and
Oh,
sewer
yeah.
fund. I
Yep.
was just looking at it.
Isn't it nice?
It's nice to look at.
It's nice to look at. I'll have to come back
Yeah.
and look at it later.
Yeah.
It really made me feel good putting those numbers
Yeah.
in this month. It just
Yeah.
felt great.
That's a heck of a hockey stick for
It is
that
great.
fund.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's definitely a good feel.
All right, yeah.
thanks for.
And even though that wasn't amended, I only slipped that one in because I knew it was a nice chunk. I didn't do that with every single fund and go and amend revenues or anything. But since that one came in and it's significant, I slipped it in there.
Yeah.
Feels good.
Thank you.
So we did this year, did the survey to ask for public input. And just as a reminder, the public is allowed to speak during audience business at any time to discuss the budget, but we thought this would be a good time to get some input. And so what I did was I included those details so everybody can read the specific responses and who responded, but I did a common themes. We had 43 responses. 37 of those were within town limits and 6 were not within town limits. And you can see the circles on the outside are kind of the common themes that pretty much, you know, summed up the entire survey. This is where most of the input was. Definitely sidewalks. And it's very interesting to see how it lines up with the board priorities as well. So sidewalks, we did have a decent amount of pickle court requests, pickleball, yep, pickleball. Requests and ball field lighting. Storm drainage was a hot topic for sure. One of the ones that I saw mentioned a few times, obviously was Second Avenue. But just in general, storm drainage. There were a few affordable housing, definitely some street improvements, additional events or activities for teens, and the one that we always see come up is a pool. And then safety improvements, overall various safety improvements,
So those various safety improvements, like when I look at this, I think that sidewalks and streets constitute safety, but there were things other than sidewalk and street safety.
there were speed safety, fire mitigation,
Okay,
that kind of stuff.
okay.
Was probably more of what I put in safety, but definitely streets and sidewalks, like around there were a few that we were discussed, the ones around the schools and, you know, those could meet both. So those 2 circles could definitely overlap.
Okay, great.
And then just to gauge the public's feel for the thought of a separate tax or fee, not necessarily this year, but future years, we did slip that in there to get a feel for what people's appetite would be for it. And I only included the responses from the people that are in town limits, because obviously if it's a tax, they don't live in town limits, they're not going to vote on it anyway. So of the responses that we received that were in town limits, 21 said yes, 5 said no, and then 11 said they were unsure and they would need additional info. So, you know, that would be, maybe it depends on what it was for, what type of tax or fee it was for. So just an interesting tidbit of information to think about for future.
Well, absolutely. And so any tax would have to go to voters.
Absolutely.
Right. But I think this gives us some good indication. People who pay attention to the budget
Right.
are, yeah.
I have a question about that timing of that. Would be this November, is there?
We're too late for that.
We are too
Yeah.
late.
which
Okay,
I've already asked,
it could be April.
Yeah.
We know we have an election in April.
Yeah.
Okay.
But remember, we do have some opportunities for fees or You know, we'll look at the fee schedule later this year. Camping, parking, you know, any types of fees like that. Staff is already looking at those. So we will bring an updated fee schedule and proposed amounts for any of those types of things. And then additionally, items like the sales tax admin fee that I had mentioned before, is 50 to 60,000 a year.
Yeah.
So I am going to speak at the Economic Vitality Commission. They're interested in learning about that. So I am going to speak to them about, you know, what that would mean and what that would look like. And I'm assuming that they'll probably give input on it.
That would be great, because I thought about that a lot since then, and it's like, okay, it could hurt our businesses here, but we're giving an enormous tax break to Amazon. And
Yes.
which is painful, but could we offset it by lowering some fees, just like here locally, so that the businesses don't get hit quite as hard, but we still get all the tax from Amazon? Anything like that, I think would be great. But the other thing here is, we keep talking about how commercial property tax is different than residential. And so every time we say, oh, we're going to do a tax, we also have to up the commercial property tax as well, right? If we're going to do a tax increase, a property tax increase.
No.
It's not true.
Oh, property tax increase.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
And property tax increase is hurting commercial businesses really hard. And so I'm curious as to, could we do this as a fee and somehow not place an enormous burden on businesses, but more on residences here in Lyons? Is there a way, can you thread that needle somehow?
Or is there a way to
Or why don't we
raise a
let you
tax
know,
that's
like,
not a
what-
property tax?
Yeah, the
Sales tax.
average amount this would be for a local business. Why don't
Yeah.
we show them that number as well?
Yeah, and I,
For a property tax
No,
increase?
for the 5% admin fee.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
5%.
I think what would be helpful maybe during the October meeting is to have some examples for us of what kind of taxes we could ask the voters to levy, what kind of fees we could think about levying. You know, there's entertainment ticket fees, there's all kinds of things. So I think maybe just like, think broadly about what's possible, and then we can discuss that as a group.
Okay.
And then maybe do some outreach to the community too, to see what people have an appetite for.
And again, it's like, if it's a property tax and it's $100 for residences, I don't want it to be $400 for commercial.
Right.
That's what I'm really, really worried about. So how can we find a path to get the burden more onto residential and not have it get stuck on the commercial businesses?
Yeah,
Okay.
I see what you're saying. Are we good with this slide?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, and then we're gonna reopen the survey for anybody who wasn't here. We're gonna reopen the survey to the public, and then I can just provide any new updates to the board via staff report or something like that. So we'll get that reopened. Included in your packet was a draft of the long range capital plan where staff went through and identified projects for 2024. I did want to note that the sidewalk line item does actually need to say 175. I think it was at 70,000. But again, that's a number that we can play with, and of course will be determined based on the study that we're doing in the assessment.
And that number though is based on what we saw as the priorities when we presented them to you for additional reserve funding. Remember, we had a few sidewalks.
That's
we
the
put-
highest one.
We
That's the
put that
biggest
in as a
one.
folder. Nice, push them off.
Yeah, they may do one sidewalk. It might do, 2 priority sidewalks. It just kind of depends on what comes out in the assessment. So it's just a placeholder to do a few or one of those sidewalks. And again, like I mentioned, my recommendation right now is to concentrate on the 2023 fund balance as being the amount that we can allocate towards capital projects. And then we will see what funding, where we, come out with operational expenses if we have additional funding. Or if we possibly need to, regroup and reprioritize and maybe take a project off or something like that. My hope is that that's not gonna be the case, but, yeah, again, those are just due to the operational increases that we discussed. And then so today, we can prioritize the projects based on staff priorities, the board priorities, of course, and then public input. I will go back to the capital plan and we'll review it at the end of this. And then we can talk about where staff priorities, are, and then discuss where the board priorities are and how much money we have and all that stuff. So then our next steps, basically, like I said, we'll identify the highest priorities for the town tonight, as best we can. And then I'm gonna incorporate as many as I can into the draft budget as the funding allows. And then I'm gonna present to you a balanced budget, at that October board meeting. You'll actually get the budget by, I believe it was October 13th. But it'll be the week before. So you'll get a chance, a week to review where it landed. And then we'll revise as necessary, as we discussed during, the board meetings, if we have to remove some optional items, or if we can add additional funding. We'll do that. And then, of course, we'll see the boards and commissions request as well. If you would like, I do have that due date due for them in September. I can put those together ahead of time for you so that you can review and consider them. That way you're not just seeing them for the first time, when I deliver the draft workshop. Then we can get some feedback on those as well. So I can just give those to you ahead of time as well. That might be good.
So some feedback I've heard over the years is that, so if we have the public hearing and the budget adoption on the same day, that doesn't really give us a chance to metabolize any feedback that we get from the public and make changes before the adoption. So is it possible to consider having the public hearing, the meeting before the budget adoption? So that if there is input that makes us reprioritize one thing or another, we can do that.
I think then it would be, and Brandon, correct me if I'm wrong here, then we would be doing 2 public hearings, because I think we need one the night of the budget adoption, correct? But we could always add one instead of just encouraging people to discuss things during audience business, because the public will have access to the draft budget as well, the same date that you guys get it. So I think it would be one of those 2 options: encourage people to discuss during audience business, or just hold another earlier separate public hearing. But I think then we would need 2. Is that right, Brandon?
Yeah, a lot of people hold like a public input session. They hold a separate meeting where people can come in and state their, what they feel about the budget beforehand. But Cassie's right, you are gonna need a public hearing on the day, the day of passage as well.
Well, what does the board think about that? What do you all want to do?
I'm super inclined to do that, except that I feel like, in my experience, nobody shows up when we do budgets, and there's like silence.
That's,
Right.
That's been my experience too, but I still think,
At
it's
least
worthwhile
don't
to
complain.
give people the opportunity.
Right, we can say we did it.
And we will encourage them. I mean, they can come and give their input at any time, every
Yeah.
Monday night. So I mean, it doesn't have to only be that night. We'd actually prefer it be well before, so you guys could talk about it.
For sure.
So ideally, we'd be, and I think having this year where we're taking the public input, I think already that's more input than we get on a regular budget.
But that's like 10 times more.
Yeah.
input than-
We can keep enforcing that. Look at the October calendar, the meetings are only the 2nd and the 6th, 7th, 16th. And then
Yeah.
the next meeting, we're supposed to adopt the budget.
Yeah,
And then if we push it out, we're doing that Thanksgiving week, which also wasn't
Which
that
nobody-
popular.
Everyone- Nobody
It's not
wants to do
yes,
that.
That was not popular with people either. It looked like we were trying to do it when people were out.
yeah.
The other option is
A separate meeting.
we could do a special meeting, or we could schedule the budget adoption for the first meeting in December, but we absolutely would have to adopt it then because we have to set the mill levy and certify the mill levy, and you can't certify the mill levy until the budget is adopted. So,
If we cut it close.
I don't anticipate, the board having major issues or disagreements with, the budget and how it would be put together, but it doesn't give us a lot of wiggle room when we do it that way. We have done it that way before though. But in years where there's a lot of discussion and maybe disagreements, it could put us in a situation where we can't certify the mill levy on time or need multiple special meetings.
Or if you want to utilize, there's a fifth Monday in October.
What's the
If you
date?
decide you want to have a separate one on that date.
The 30th.
The 30th.
What do we think about holding a public hearing on the 30th of October? Sure.
No, I meant you do it on the 21st and adopt it on the 30th. That'd be your separate meeting just to adopt the budget.
On October 30th?
October? No,
Or November 6th.
yeah, no, I think it would be, we would need to have, if I'm understanding correctly, we would need to have the public
On the 21st,
input.
on the,
On the 30th. So we're talking about having a special meeting for a public hearing on October 30th.
potentially,
And I would be okay with that.
Why don't we reserve it? If we need it, great.
Why
If
don't-
not,
Yeah, why don't we tentatively say that we'll do that?
and then that would give Cassie, that would give you 3 or 4 days if they choose to change the budget from based on that input.
Is, and that could just be direction, right, Brandon? Like general business direction.
That's right. We scheduled as a public input session.
And if folks don't show up, then folks don't show up. But, we've at least given them the opportunity. We've given people every possible opportunity to have input into this budget.
What is our meeting before the 21st? What is the date of the first meeting?
In October. it's
October, the 21st is a
16th,
Saturday, by the
yeah.
way.
16.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
that wouldn't give the public a lot of, they would only give them the week, if we did the public input session on the 16th. And I have the budget done that Friday. I would only give them the weekend
Oh, I
to
see what you're
study
saying.
it.
Oh, I see what you're
Then
saying.
you all would have the public input
Consider
available
on the-
for,
sure.
to consider on the workshop. That would be a smoother transition. Or I can work to get the budget done before that Friday and get it posted. So that they have a week, to look at it, but I feel like it would be valuable to have that additional input in before your workshop.
Got it.
And that's kind of why I thought, let's give them this survey, but I see what you're saying, then when we finally do all of our considerations and priorities, it obviously not, we can't incorporate all of their input. And we might have, some strong feelings. The public hearing on, the budget adoption, if they voice their strong feelings, then because it's so early, it does give us time to say, okay, let's hold off on the budget adoption. And if you felt strongly about any of those potential public input, and then let's reconsider, let's adjust the budget, increase this, decrease this, and then we adopt it at the next meeting. Or
The
even
next
the
meeting.
December, the first one in December, because by then it has vetted all the processes.
Okay.
Everybody's given input. We wouldn't have to have a special meeting. Just,
Okay, just so that, and I would be okay with that, just so that we're, if we have that little bit of wiggle room and we know that if there's a huge amount of sudden input that changes priorities, we may not adopt it on November 6th.
Absolutely.
We may, so that's just not a given.
yeah, and that's common. And in addition, it's common, doing the public hearing and the budget adoption is very, very common. It's definitely, my experience has always been that way, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't have to change. But because I built in such wiggle rooms, adopting it on November sixth, it does give us that opportunity to turn around, regroup and readjust the numbers and adopt at another meeting. Or if it's a simple, hey, I really think we need 50,000 for this. Okay, we will adopt the budget, but let's make this adjustment. You know, we can do it that way as
Through
well.
amendment,
Mhm.
yeah, okay. Are
And they
we
did that a couple board meetings or a couple boards ago, made a couple adjustments at the last minute. So
are we okay with that? Thanks for letting us talk through that.
yeah,
I
absolutely.
appreciate that.
So just so I understand, we will not hold a separate public input. We will do and encourage public input during the public hearing, knowing that anything that is said and discussed there could affect the budget adoption and move the date or make adjustments during that meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Perfect.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then these are just examples again of the fee schedule adjustments that, that we discuss in the future. So that will correspond to, I'll create a separate session and a separate option for some ideas, and we'll think about where we want to go. And now we can answer questions. We can dive right into the capital document, whatever you all prefer.
Who has questions? Okay,
Well, I'm getting there. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Slower. So can we get some clarification? Because this just came up in an email recently about the sidewalk assessment. Money from last year moved to this year. Where is that currently?
It's the assessments in process.
It is in process. Has the money been spent this year? So it will be spent this year.
It'll be spent this year. It was awarded to Consor.
Yes,
We
that's
had
right.
5 people, or was it 5? 3, 5?
Okay.
We had enough to continue, and it was awarded, and they're doing the assessment right now.
Currently.
They're
Okay.
supposed to be done by the end of October.
so we should get that sometime in November. So that after we get that, we'll probably be able to say, okay, this is the highest priority of where we should spend money on sidewalks.
And we'll be working with them in between. So I hope we'll let them know by mid-October. We kind of need some ideas. Yeah.
Thank you for the reminder of that. I appreciate it.
Mhm.
I was wondering about if we could put under the fund balance. I know there's not, well, I guess I was thinking in terms of all the various different funds that we have, the trust fund, the conservation trust fund being added to this. We don't have any reserves on that, so maybe that's
They're
not
not
appropriate
required, yeah.
for this particular slide,
I see what you're saying,
but
you want to know the balance.
that's a good number. I mean, if I looked it up correctly, we're at around 58,000, I believe.
We use a decent amount of it. I have to
53.
double check.
Yeah.
And we also use some for the parking meter, I believe. Meter. So let me double check.
Okay,
And I can easily pull that up as we're discussing this too, but.
Okay.
Probably not one.
and so currently underwater, we have 3 pressure reducing valves for 2023. And nothing is listed for 2024.
That's all we have.
That's
And we were planning to use remainder of ARPA funds for that.
to pay for the 3 that are this year. Okay.
Yeah.
And that looks like that's gonna happen.
Oh, Erin, does it look like all 3 now?
No, we're starting to change it. Justin thought we should do a lot more on the one we're looking at.
Number
Because
2,
the
number
place
4.
turned out to be, pretty bad looking down there. So we may swap that out. He's still waiting to see what it looks like if we go out for bid on doing the one in a much bigger scale. And it makes sense if that's the way to go. We're gonna get it open, get it all replaced. And then we push the two back out. We were just updating this a couple weeks ago and moved them all forward, and now we're looking at potentially moving them back to 2024 if we have to do a lot more on one than we expected.
So for the board's just knowledge, PRV number 4 is actually at, under the intersection at Second. The big complicated one. It would be opening up that intersection and doing significant work to the pressure reducing valve. The water goes from the valve has had numerous issues since the flood, actually filled with lots of rocks that came in where the river was, the water line was broken in Apple Valley, and they keep showing up at Second and keeping the butterfly valve open. So it's like you have to open the whole thing, remove it and jet it or something. No one knows how many rocks are in there from the Apple Valley breach. And it's a big project, and then it's all corroded. And
Right.
it's just, it really took, yeah, it's in bad shape. So what you're saying is we might only get to PRV 4 and spend more money on that one.
Yeah.
And timing wise, only get to that one now.
Correct.
So are you planning to change this or not sure yet?
I was just waiting for Justin to come back and tell
You'll
me
know
what he thought.
shortly. Okay. Yeah, this is a living document, of course. for us
Sure.
too.
Yeah.
One of my other questions though was, what about art? The Arts and Humanities Commission's request. I don't see that in here. So I'm not clear what they're asking for.
We have, those are part of the operational budget.
Okay.
So we have not, their due date for requests is, I believe, September. Might be this Friday, I can't quite remember.
Okay,
But once they get their requests in, that was what I was saying. Usually I would attach all of those and we would review them as a part of the big Saturday workshop.
okay,
But I think it's better use if you all are able to see them well ahead of time. And then, you know, we can either discuss them at a tiny little separate workshop, and then I can incorporate them in the budget before the workshop. That would be great, because then we potentially have minimal, you know, we can discuss more broadly other things, and we know what's going to be in there and what's not, what we, you know, might have to make room for. So those types of things are later. These are just capital. And so like the public art, that's not huge capital.
okay, I'm with you. So, and then that goes with the St. Vrain Trail.
Yes, St. Vrain Trail's down at the bottom of this one. So this is broken up into funds. This document. So let me just start at the top, actually. So you can see, these are general fund
Oh, I see it now.
funded projects,
I missed
and
Okay,
so some of them might be split, like this one, for example, the backhoe replacement is a split 60% from the general fund. And then all the way down at the bottom is the parks fund, and there's the other 40% of it. So that's also where the St. Vrain Trail is. And the way that I have the St. Vrain Trail built in is, yes, we have a budget of, you know, this 1.6, but great. We have the funding on the other side of 1.6. So as of right now, we don't have the town funds in there, or nothing is required to be in there, because we have, you know, all of the CDOT stimulus, Boulder County, as it is currently. So that's where the St. Vrain Trail is, but all of these are broken up into funds, and basically we can't fund all of this. So that's where the prioritization comes in, and these discussions come in. Think of it more like a wish list in a way. And then we have to weed out wants versus needs, and prioritize, you know, all of the board's priorities, staff priorities, you know, incorporate the public input. And so that's kind of where this is going, and brings us back to that 2023 fund balance and those differences. But you're right, CTF lottery funds would play into that as well, into anything more park related. It doesn't, we depleted that balance quite a bit with some of our other projects. So it does have a very small balance. I think you're probably right, it's maybe 40 or 50, but I'll definitely take a look at that. That's something that we can consider for any of the parks projects. Okay. I will mention, and I know Dave's on the line, Dave Cosgrove's on the line as well, some high priority items for him and his staff. There's a lot of equipment related stuff, so it's not the, I guess the stuff that gets a lot of community input, you know, people aren't saying, oh, let's get the town a new backhoe, you know, or things like that, but it is very high priority on the list, and we're looking at thousands of dollars in replacements on the current one. It's expensive. It's about $145,000 split between the general fund and parks. So you can see that's and these are all done alphabetically, so none of it's done, you know, by priorities or anything. You can see what that dollar amount is for the general fund is 87,000. And then the residual is down below. Another high priority item mentioned is cameras and Wi-Fi for all of those security cameras. Again, that would be split between parks and general fund. And then I believe there's a couple of other, I think we have a truck replacement that needs to happen, and we really need to get those on a replacement schedule so that it's easier to budget for those types of things instead of just a, oh, surprise, you know, we have this truck that now needs replaced. We will be able to sell the other one at auction, but usually by the time we're selling ours are pretty old. They don't get much back. So those are some things that I just wanted to mention from a staff perspective, you know, that maybe aren't on the top of everybody's radars for equipment purposes. Happy to discuss any of these other items. Staff will probably have to jump in on some of them, but you can see, you know, we've got some smaller ones, but, you know, to prioritize it all, the big chunk in the general fund is the sidewalks. You know, things like a marquee sign, like, you know, it's wants versus needs kind of. So when we're at that.
So the ERMS, the electronic records management system, and the new server, those to me kind of go together because they're both tech. Does Greystone, do we not have everything in the cloud with Greystone? We still need a physical server. Have we looked at that?
Yeah. It was our whole Cassell program, which runs all of utilities, all of accounting, all of permitting, some permitting is not in the cloud.
Okay.
And so we're making that, we are upgrading the server on the 14th and 15th of this month. And then they're saying Cassell will be able to go out to the cloud. But I don't understand why they need, and maybe Kim or Dolores, why there was a question why we need a server once we're in the cloud.
Yeah.
You know, to be me.
Yeah.
Right, I've been dealing with
Sure.
Greystone a lot of
Yeah.
things lately. So part of it was the talk of, yes, going to the cloud. Trustee Edding had asked a couple meetings ago about that, and we had talked about how everything we have is still in-house. We looked at going to the cloud. The biggest concern was Cassell and the speed that it takes. Right now, if you're not here in the office working on Cassell, it takes 2, 3, 4 times longer to try to work remotely. So that was definitely tricky. We started to look into Cassell in the cloud, and Greystone does think that that will work. We're still waiting for an actual demo to try to test it and see, because that would remove one of the biggest softwares off of our server. And then we can start looking at getting the rest of the process transferred over. And Greystone thought potentially in a year or so, we could be ready to offload and move to the cloud. But they thought, you're not ready right now. The current server is outdated, and if something goes wrong, we are in trouble. And we just ran into this at the wastewater treatment plant, where that computer actually wasn't even being handled by Greystone or anybody. It froze up. I thought we were really gonna have big problems, but they got it working again. I'm waiting to get a new computer installed. So I don't think we want to try to wait that year to year and a half and not get the new server. So we are gonna transition, but I think this is a necessary middle step.
Have we looked into the potential of leasing a server versus buying?
I haven't heard them state anything for the
It's
cost.
usually the same cost.
It is.
Yeah, the stuff depreciates so fast. that-
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't
Okay. And then the ERMS, so the last time that we talked about it, it was way more than $80,000 to do all that. Is this a new bid or?
I believe the 40,000 was, let's start exploring and see what we can do. I don't know that we got a new quote from anyone.
Dolores, the electronic records.
So the last quote we got, Dolores, was like 160 for like getting, like scanning everything and then ongoing
Then
training
coming
to.
on site, developing the whole program, scanning everything in, archiving everything, setting up the index, doing all of that work was that high. And then this company reached out to us and they're like, well, now we can do all of this work for $7,000. So that didn't sound right. So we just,
AI.
we're trying to get an updated quote from a reliable source.
Okay, because I do think that's really important. I mean, we can't have all of our historical records in a box and on paper. That. I mean, imagine,
No, I.
Dolores, how much easier your job would be if you could just like type in a couple keywords instead of, yeah.
Yeah.
But I would get the reliable source.
Yeah.
Because this can easily go bad.
Yeah, we don't want that to go south.
The other thing, and Aaron just stepped out, but we might have to, adjust a bit is wastewater treatment plant corrections.
Mhm.
We have found out that CDPHE said that any upgrades that we want to make to our plant will have to go through their full design engineering review, approvals, and that in itself could take months, if not close to a year. So we might want to split some of that money over further years.
Okay. And does that, do we have to pay for that?
We're just talking about CDPHE review of your wastewater upgrades.
So they did, after my meeting with them a couple weeks ago, they were gonna transition what we've already paid for the re-rating over to them. I don't know if it'll cost more because this is a bigger project, but at least it won't be the money we've already spent on the re-rating a couple of years ago going to waste. That they said they were willing to work with us and try to transfer that.
Mhm.
Yes, any type of submission to CDPHE has an expense to it.
Like how big of an expense?
Few thousand to 10,000 maybe.
Okay.
So I think what we're saying is this 1.8 that's here, maybe it only needs to become 20,000 and then, less 20 gets moved to.
Or 100,000
Yeah,
or something.
Gets moved to another year is what it
Okay,
kind of.
so there's gonna be a delay. Yeah, okay.
And I think, that's a good discussion point. I think for the purposes of this workshop, where it's important to prioritize is the general fund and the parks fund. Are probably the biggest priorities in order for us to help us balance. So I don't know if we want to start up at the general fund, take a look, discuss some of the high priorities, or if we have other ideas.
Well, I have one more question, and I guess it would maybe be in the general fund. I don't see something in here that really addresses fire mitigation.
So we currently have the fire mitigation in 2023. They really aren't capital projects. They're operation goats, tree trimming, all of that stuff is really operational professional services. They're not capital. So if we want to add and continue to add things like the goats and, tree trimming, any other type of fire mitigation, we would want to do that in the operational budget. And I think that direction is good to receive now. So that, we can continue to include it. Staff is already working on their operational budgets, so I think that would be this would be a good time to discuss what you guys would like to do.
Well, here's one of my concerns is what's the fire department planning to as well?
Just
And that we are thinking in conjunction with that. And maybe we aren't in conjunction with them, but we don't know, because we don't know what they're doing. So I would really like to know that information so that we can have a good plan that we can plan to budget for.
Do we know if the fire district has done their budget for next year yet?
No, I have no idea.
No.
Okay, so I think that's a really good point. And I would love to have some sort of joint workshop or meeting with the fire district to talk about that, if we can manage to get them here.
Which probably, sooner than later, like maybe the next,
Yeah,
if you don't have a
We'll
plan for
see.
the next
Well-
agenda.
we'll talk about,
Okay.
what we can do.
I mean, worst case scenario, we can set aside, a certain operational amount in, let's say, the parks budget and the general fund budget and say, this is set aside to use for fire mitigation purposes. We don't know what that looks like yet. But, and then that gives, still some time to plan.
At minimum. Okay.
I do think one commitment they had made, if it helps, is the fire department said they would take on the limb drop off portion.
Oh,
So that was one
that's great.
committed to it. We'll see if how it happens.
Will they also do the pickup portion?
Well,
They were
that's
not-
where Boulder County can come in maybe.
Yeah. And they said they would. Yeah,
Well, their new,
Their
their
program.
their new program.
We think that's in the county.
we don't think that's in town limits?
No,
Hmm,
I think it's only for county residents.
okay. So I would like to talk about stormwater, another capital fund, the Second and Third Avenue design and construction. So, what is the status of the grant that's pending here? What's the time frame?
See. Let's just put you on the.
The Second and Third Avenue design grant that's pending, what's the status of that and the timing?
The HMGB grant.
It's
Oh.
just the stormwater,
For
it's
the
not
design.
specific
Oh, just
to.
stormwater, we're not gonna hear anything until January on that.
Until January, okay.
So we currently have this money that's sitting for design in addition to other monies set aside for a match. So the money that we had for set aside for design is being set aside for a potential match.
So the $940,000 in outside funding available, where is that coming from?
That is the pending age. So when it says pending, it's just
Okay,
an identified.
That's what we've applied for.
got it.
So
Okay.
maybe, I mean, ideally, we rename this,
Mhm.
but, you don't want it to get lost in it's just the stormwater, planning is probably what that needs to say, but to be updated.
But it was for those.
It was
specific
for those,
projects.
for those specific projects, it's just, maybe not the design.
No, it was the
The grant
design.
is the design?
Yeah,
Okay.
the grant is
So-
designed.
So that design covers, could it cover more than just Second and Third Avenue? Could it cover more of Old Town? Or is that,
That will be taken into consideration
okay?
because there's two basins.
Mhm.
Second and third are two different basins and fifth, well, second and third, yeah, they are two different water basins, and then fifth is another. So they'll look at the basin,
Okay,
the stormwater basin. They can't just take care of one road.
so we're not really, so when we say Second and Third Avenue, we're not actually talking about the avenues, we're talking about the basins.
So the water basins that currently run down Second and Third Avenue.
Okay,
Yeah,
They were designed in the master plan
yeah,
for second
third
and
and
for
fifth.
third. And so those were what were submitted for the grant, right? We had to put together what we would actually be trying to do, what the project was we wanted money for, that we have something, a scope ready to go. And
mhm.
so this scope was from the Icon Master Stormwater Master Plan that was done. They gave us the options of just putting in curb and gutter for a little bit of money, or putting in all of the infrastructure, the piping underground on Second from the top of Second from Mountain View down to Main Street. And then from Third at the cemetery, again, down to about Main Street where there is infrastructure. And so those specific projects, doing the design on how you would get the pipe under the ground and what you would need to do and avoiding different areas is what was submitted for the grant application.
And this was the, yeah, about $500,000.
And now we had the 75,000 set aside before, so potentially, let's say we don't get the grant, we could take the 75 and do something smaller. The goal was to see if we could get a grant and have this help, right? We get the 940,000. I think I thought it'd be more than 75, but I'd have to pull up, I was gonna
It
pull up
is.
your email.
It is, it's more, but this was just what was
Already from
dedicated,
last
yes,
year.
from last year. We, via the other budget amendment, allocated more to
So
go
that
towards
money
that.
is supposedly already set aside for stormwater design in the budget. We told the federal, whichever federal agency it is, that we set this aside. And if you give us the grant, we have the match sitting here. So potentially if they say the grant, sorry, you didn't get it, we do have that money set aside for design. And maybe we can only design a portion of one of those areas, but we could still move forward with something. Just not gonna be as big because as we know, we can't put up $1 million for the whole project.
Okay.
What is the 8 million on the steamboat drainage?
A lot of that's right away to get underneath the house. That was to redo the entire center channel that is the flagstone
Okay,
culvert underneath.
all right,
Runs
That's right
between
away.
Steamboat and Horizon.
and Horizon, that's that.
What goes all the way downtown.
Yeah, okay.
Now, that actually involves, really at some point, it would, you have a holding, a retention pond
Mhm.
on that property north of, what is that when it turns?
The burn test does.
Bosque.
Yeah,
That's because the
It's a big project.
What isn't?
I know, they're all big and important.
Yeah, is there anything else that just sticks out to the board that you want to make sure we can? I mean, so I guess if nothing else, we could put 75 will be in the budget under design, but we hope to leverage that for.
Even more. Like
Yeah, it's
that,
even more, it's like 100.
Yeah.
But I mean, we should show it there for the public so they understand that there's, there's some there.
So I have one strong feeling if we could talk about Parks and Rec.
Okay.
Yeah. So the $75,000 for Bone Park RV camping, landscape and electric. I would love personally, I believe that we could have camping there and charge and not have any electric involvement needed, or at the very least do it for 2 years and make that money to pay for this versus taking out 75,000 right now
Do dry camping for a couple of years.
and make the money and to pay for this future upgrade.
Okay, we can make a note of that. We did have the engineer go out and look at it. We will lose 2 full rows of parking at Second Avenue if we make RV parking in Bone Park and not at Second. They also ran some numbers of what you charge if you have electric, not even water, or just the electric, so full service RVs can be there. Because it's about double what camping is. And it was about 100,000 a year if you can offer RV camping a year.
For just
So it pays
electric?
for itself.
Just like.
It pays for itself in 1 year. So that's why they were looking at that versus, because I think dry camping, we were, but it does involve, we'll lose about, I think Dave said it was 45,000 in potential parking revenue if that parking lot was full every day.
We're
Which
not
it's
seeing a
not.
lot of revenue from that parking lot.
No, so we will have to take out what was potential parking revenue to get it, but you would pay for it in 1 year.
And what about after the hotel is built and the hotel starts using that parking lot?
That's the wastewater plant. This is actually in Bone Park.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So dry camping, I guess it would, I mean, they could try 2 years of it. Again, we've had a couple staff do some research and they need to bring it forward to you, so you guys hear what I'm hearing.
Yeah,
People are saying it is much more of a headache than its value.
so I would love to get that
Yeah.
presentation.
Yep.
To make that decision.
Yeah, so we will do that. I think it was just not a very, popular item that it can literally destroy a lot of your infrastructure and really not get much value. And you run into all sorts of squatting issues. If someone stays there more than 2 nights or something, they can say that's their home and it becomes a big legal battle and.
But again, that, my next question to that, maybe we wait till the presentation of why would that be any different than squatters potentially over here?
Because we have park hosts and reservations and things like that, where if you guys just wanted to have someone drive in and do it on a.
I would say let's make it a park host thing and reservation as well.
Well,
to
initially, it was
help
just
for
gonna
them.
be on an honor system, put some.
Yeah.
That, so they've done some more research, but anyway,
Yeah.
to do electric and offer full service RV hookups there and charge what we do, it will pay for itself very quickly,
Okay,
just that way.
that's good to hear.
So Parks and Rec, so we heard a lot about, we heard a lot of people want a pickleball court, Director Cosgrove.
Yes.
Can we find out what that would cost and maybe some options about where that could possibly go?
We know where it goes. We have a spot for it. We know the cost based on a couple years ago. So you're probably looking at around 125,000 and it would go adjacent to the current park, the current.
Tennis court?
That there's a spot there for
$125,000.
phase 3 of Bone Park.
Okay.
But 125 is really just the foundation, the paint, that's not even necessarily the fence.
Okay.
So Dave's on now.
Yeah, we would have to look at current cost. I don't know. That was a previous cost. Concrete costs have gone up, and that's post-tension concrete that you would want to use on that court. One alternative is to just resurface the current court and repaint it differently. I believe that is an official size tennis court. And if it is an official size tennis court and surface, it could be resurfaced to paint 4 pickleball courts instead of 2, which would be a cheaper option instead of rebuilding a whole nother second court right now, budget wise. So that would be an option. But we are already currently having problems scheduling all users on that because it is being dominated currently by pickleball use. So, but if that is something we wanted to do, it would be a cheaper option. Resurfacing or repainting that surface would come at a much lesser cost than wanting to or needing to rebuild a whole second court right now.
So is there a reservation system right now?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
I'm curious, pickleballers compared to the number of people that play tennis or basketball on that
Basketball, you
court.
really can't play, 'cause it's only half court.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's got the net going across. You can't play.
It's just who.
There's basketball at the high school too.
right. So, I mean, are you getting a lot of tennis requests for reservations?
Not currently. We few years ago, tennis was more dominant, obviously, but not a whole lot of tennis currently. We do have people that still want to play tennis, but not near at the rate that we have pickleball users. But we do have a lot of people that still contact us and say that they can't get on to play basketball.
Sure. So just to clarify, Director Cosgrove, if you were to repaint the court to have 4 pickleball courts, and let's be clear, that would be 16 players at a time, 4 players per court. Does that mean that you would still be able to play tennis, or would that eliminate tennis?
No, you could still paint a tennis court on it as well. It would obviously you would just have to reserve it at different times.
Okay.
It'd be a little busy.
It is,
all the
that's my
line name-
understanding.
So confusing.
That's my, it's already confusing. So
But-
that's my understanding that the
but courts-
pickleballers.
But places do have it. You would just have to have a professional company do it, and they know how to do it where the colors are vibrant enough in different color schemes to make it make it happen. So
Does this high school have tennis courts?
Are there basketball courts open?
No, nothing outside.
They're
There's
outside.
basketball hoop next to the,
Yeah, there's basketball outside right by the high jump,
but
but
I jump.
you have, you go around by the track and go in that way. The gate right by them is locked.
So I don't know why I would not do that soon. I never see anybody there playing tennis.
Not anymore,
Maybe once a
but
week.
Dave and I are honestly, about 6 years ago, everybody was in here saying, we need more tennis courts, more tennis courts. Had we done that, I'm just saying,
Yeah, but if
and
that's
now
the
it's-
case, then you're just paying it back.
yeah, I know.
Yeah,
And so now it's just has shifted.
well, and it might be a different game in 2 years.
I know, it might be,
So.
but
I
either
think-
way, this is part of the Bone Park Phase 3 is a whole nother court. One would be probably maybe pickleball and basketball, and one would be tennis, pickleball, basketball.
What would it cost us just to repaint?
Dave, do you have a cost on repainting and resurfacing?
I don't have
You can find
this
out.
year cost, but I did get one after the flood because we thought we might have to resurface it because of the damage. It was covered in mud. We had to clear it off. And at that time, it was roughly $4,500 around that time.
Then you just.
My guess is it might be at around this time, it might be around $7,500 or $8,500.
Well, let's get a quote, I think.
With this year when they're out here painting stripes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to go back to the general fund for a second because I have an opinion that might not be popular, and that is, I love our marquee sign the way it is. I love that it's old fashioned and that, I'm sorry, Kim, it's probably you that has to go change the letters every time.
We don't mind.
But I think it really adds to the charm of Lions, and I am not particularly wanting to get a new or different one. I don't know how everybody else feels about that.
I can relay an old EBC discussion because I feel like this was discussed at the EBC, just wanting to be able to have a more dynamic event sign really so that it can be changed quickly in and out. And that's what they've done at the elementary school, the middle and high school. But I think you might have already consulted CDOT on this and it didn't sound like that was an option anyway.
Can't be flashing. It can't be flashing. It can be lit.
It can be.
And we can change it every day if we want, much easier. But it can't be flashing with things going all the time.
Yeah.
It just has to be, it could be lit, stay on
And
it.
if you look at the one at the elementary school, that's how it is. It's not flashing.
Well, it's not on a highway.
I know it's
Right.
always.
No, but what I'm saying is that gives you an idea of the not flashing option.
But the one at the elementary school is
Changes.
always changing and moving, and there's things crawling across it. I think that's what.
You can't do that on a highway.
Does it have to be in that location? Like a replacement versus an addition to? In other words, so I've often thought. When you're coming into town, you have the marquee. And you take the turn and you put signs sometimes, those movable.
The banners on the right.
The banner side, like what if we had a marquee there
Right.
that is the electronic that you can change, it doesn't move or flash, but. I'm just wondering, does it have to be our historic landmark one?
I think our wayfinding study we're currently under is going to give you their recommendations about that.
There we go.
Okay,
That's part of the work meeting. Is
okay,
that correct?
that's great. Yeah. Okay, well, I guess we'll see what
So,
they say.
okay, we hear your opinion on that one.
Just
Name
for
on
the
that?
record, I'm with the mayor.
You like the old fashioned?
Well, and if everybody could take a look at the elementary school one, actually, it was the digital, so it was totally integrated into a sandstone, like it was the original sandstone. It was, the digital was integrated, and so there is a way
So
of
it's
combining the both. I've seen it happen. And
Be very pretty.
you should get feedback from Kim Dorian, the secretary there, because I feel like it has been a huge benefit for them in their communications.
I can see that too.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else for 2023 that is standing out that you want to talk about changing?
24,
Or 24, I'm sorry, 24.
or that you feel strongly could be, needs to happen or could be pushed. Because we won't be able to do all of these.
You're saying the wastewater is pretty sure thing that's gonna move, right?
Yeah,
yeah.
but that's a separate
Again, it
fund,
might be
so
more like design and some small piece if the permitting can get through in 24. But I think the majority of the larger changes will be in that, or at the
Yeah.
very end of the year.
So the electric undergrounding, and I sent a note about this that I still need to follow up with HUD on. And I'll talk about this in my trustee report, but there is HUD money that will pay for electric undergrounding. And so, you know, I think we budget $100,000 a year or so to kind of do it piecemeal. Just so we know there's an opportunity maybe for a larger.
Well, we have a grant out
Yeah,
for that
grant
as
out.
well. We have a grant out for that as well. The HUD, I think, I looked at that a little bit on Jomar, but one of the things is rural disadvantaged communities. And we do not fit that.
And that's
We'll be
okay.
first.
Got it.
Yeah, it's always, we don't ever meet the disadvantaged piece of that.
I have a question. This is the first time I'm hearing about the High Street roundabout. Can somebody explain to me where that is on High Street? Is it towards?
It's not designed.
There.
That's just the
Highway, it's Highway 36. Be a second
Highway
roundabout.
36.
Thered be a roundabout here and there'd be a roundabout for Main Street, High Street.
Yeah.
It was back when CDOT was originally looking at things, and a high ideal one that potentially we could get looked at. You'd have a roundabout again right there at High Street, 5th, 36 both ways. And I thought even Main Street coming in there, but in a
So-
while.
So is 40,000 just for the design? Is that what I'm hearing?
And
No, that's
probably-
$3.5 million. In 2028.
So I'm just looking into the general fund there where it says High Street roundabout, $40,000 for 2024.
I think you might be. looking
Oh, I'm
at
sorry, I've got the
line.
wrong line.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's easy,
I was
it's
gonna
really
say,
easy
got
to
it.
do.
Yeah.
No, it's not a $3.5 million roundabout at like High and. Or,
Any other projects here that just stand out for anybody that you feel strongly about? Or those we're missing?
I was curious about the Railroad Avenue 400 block curb and gutter.
Yeah. That's this section out here between, across from the library. If we curb and gutter that and make a formal driveway, it will add 7 parking stalls to the downtown commercial district. And clean up that area significantly.
So I have reservations, on that. Because I think that's a really good amount of money that if we added that to the 75,000, which is, you know, for the Second and Third Avenue design, if we don't get the grant, that would be my priority personally.
Curb and gutter and the stormwater.
In other words, I would take 55,000 and not do Railroad 400 block and put that towards,
They're 2 separate funds.
Right, you can't.
Cross funds.
but that's a general fund.
Stormwater
and
is
storm fund is its own fund, a utility fund.
But you don't sometimes put general funds over into a capital either.
It takes special.
Yeah, and then you run out, you risk your enterprise status and it's kind of one of those.
I thought general was more flexible.
No, the
Okay.
utility funds are to pay for themselves. And so as you guys see, we have, what is it, how many millions in stormwater needs? Over 12 million in over 25 million in stormwater needs. And we charge $10 a month for houses.
So to deal with the stormwater, we would have to do some type of,
Well, that's where these grants come in that kind of make some people crazy. But unless we're willing to implement a stormwater bond or
that's right.
additional or get significant grants while they're available, this is a
Yeah.
long-term project for this community.
Like you could do a general obligation bond that is paid by taxes, but you have to go to vote. And then certain amount of mills are pledged towards that, and they make the payments. So that's kind of like a general,
Yeah.
it's general obligation, but, and it is taxes, but it is a specific designated use voted on.
The taxpayers say, we're willing to pay taxes toward this enterprise. Yeah.
One more question, then we need to wrap it up, so we can take a break before we start our meeting. So
I
go
can
ahead.
keep it for the budget workshop. I'm just curious in general about the $12.5 million for 2025 and 2027. I guess that's the bond question, is it? Because there's no way.
Those
that
are
we're gonna-
bond questions.
Yeah.
There's no
Yeah.
way that we're gonna try and put money aside every year until
Yeah.
2025 to try and save up 12 million.
Right.
We couldn't.
There's no way.
And that's why it's good to
I just
have this long range
Yeah,
plan, so you
clarify.
can see, these
That is
are
a
the
plan.
things that the city or that the town needs or wants or would like, you know, and discuss and figure out how are we gonna do this?
How do we do this?
It's a great,
Yeah,
precursor.
Like that.
okay, so do you have what you need?
I think we're good. I think we're good.
Okay.
If, you know, I think staff can take what the, you know, funding is and priorities are, and we can move some things around.
Other parks projects, everybody, I mean, there's some physical projects there, people were moving, but all we have in here right now is cameras, security upgrades, and again, this weekend, we got severely tagged with big graffiti,
Yeah.
big bubble colored bright graffiti. And, the equipment we need, there's really nothing else in here regarding, you know, small dog parks or.
Just keep pushing that.
Okay.
Okay, let's take maybe a little less than 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Jason, Lito, and.
We're ready.
We're ready. Okay, we're ready. Okay, good evening, everybody. It's so nice to see a full house. This is great. Okay, I will call the September 5th, 2023 Board of Trustees meeting to order. Can we have the roll call, please, Clerk Bass?
Yes, Mayor Rogan,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Farrell,
President.
Trustee Elson,
Present.
Move the boards and commission mayoral appointment up to right after the reflective moment of silence before audience business in order to honor someone's schedule.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, let's vote on the amendment.
and that motion passes unanimously.
Any other amendments? Okay, then let's vote on the agenda as amended.
And that motion also passes unanimously.
Thank you. So let's take a reflective moment of silence. Thank you, everybody. All right, so as the agenda was amended, boards and commissions, it is my pleasure to appoint Jayru Comer to the Planning and Community Development Commission. Congratulations. Thank you. Everybody. All right. Yay. I mean, I wish we had a plaque for you or something, but we don't. You know, Victoria might have some snacks.
Pretty
Sticker. Okay. So now is the time for audience business. Would love to hear from you, please. I think there was a sign-in sheet. Yep, okay. So when you come up to the podium, please just state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes to talk to us, and we don't respond to audience business. Clerk Vasquez, do we have?
The first one on here is Andrea Eddy.
Hi, I'm Andrea Edding, 1006 Steamboat Valley Road. I'm here tonight to request that money, time, and resources be allocated towards storm water drainage. Stormwater drainage. After 20 years of living where we live, there has been no maintenance to clean the drain on the north boundary of our lot. And so it's built up with sand and debris and rock, and therefore our yard is flooding every time it rains. So I think I heard while I was waiting that there will be some money hopefully allocated towards that. So thank you for that. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, the next one is Misty Brackett.
Hi, I'm Misty Brackett, 119 Eagle Canyon Circle.
Will all pickleballers in the audience please stand?
Dare you too. Great.
I started playing pickleball at Bone Park in April of 21. We had a small core of folks who played regularly. More people joined us in the spring of 22, and we have continued to grow and add folks to our Facebook Messenger thread with a large influx of people over this past summer, so that our roster is now almost 50 people. Parks and Rec has been very generous, giving us free reserve time Monday, Wednesday, Friday for 2 hours at a time. This quarter, we are trying 5 days a week with different times on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We are very grateful to Parks and Rec for this. In return, we have loaner equipment and teach anyone who wants to learn how to play and weave them into our group. This group not only provides great physical and mental exercise, but is a wonderful social experience. I think our welcoming ways, probably more than our fantastic pickleball playing, are what keep people coming back. At first, this was primarily a group made up of seniors, but more younger players are enthusiastically joining us. That said, I think for seniors in our community, this does fill a missing link between those of us not equipped or interested in other group sports offered by Parks and Recs and doing seated fitness at Waltz-Self. In fact, someone today commented to me how important they thought pickleball is because people with new knees and hips, myself included, can play pickleball, whereas they might not play tennis. It's just, you know, a smaller court, usually play doubles. Now, not all of the players are voting members in the town of Lyons, but they are LEAF and Lyons Community Foundation volunteers and donors, and folks who consider Lyons their home. Just as we go to Estes Park or Longmont to use their pools, I think people who live in the surrounding area come here to use our courts. Not only do some folks linger and frequent coffee shops and restaurants, but it's getting so popular that folks reserve the court at other times, bringing revenue to the town. We understand the limitations of a small town budget and want to ask for whatever additional support you can offer at this time, as well as to keep moving towards new courts in the future. Also, please let us know what we can do to support this venture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, pickleballers.
I wanted to give you a copy and also a copy of our roster.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else in the room who would like to speak to the board tonight? Okay, anybody online, you can put your video on or raise your hand. Doesn't look like it. Okay. All right, we'll close audience business and you're all welcome to stay for the entire meeting.
I'm gonna go play.
It's still light outside. It's still light outside. That's great.
I wish we had more like that.
I know. I think we should have a team building pickleball outing.
She played on the team in Europe,
Okay.
right?
Who did?
You did, weren't you like in college?
Badminton in high school.
Oh, badminton. I think you're
But it's
right.
very similar to pickleball.
Okay.
It's easy to pick up. I can teach all of you.
Okay. All right, so let's move on to staff reports. Boulder County Sheriff.
Hello, good evening.
Evening.
I got a lot, but I'll try and move through it fast. So just a graffiti update. There's been quite a bit since our last meeting, but we're making some good progress. So hopefully we can have some answers for you guys soon. The Lions Community Barbecue was that last Tuesday. Went really well. It's got a good turnout even with the rain. So I just feel like every time we have a community barbecue event, it just wants to rain on us. So good turnout, went well. Big shout out to Mitch, and as always, he puts on a good event, and I know he does a lot of hard work to get that going. So thanks to that. Just an update from the last meeting, the traffic complaint on 5th and Miley. So check the area out after the meeting that week, and sent some suggestions for some improvements in that area for safety, signs and, some other things and pass those off to Public Works, which they jumped on it right away like they always do. And a lot of it's CDOT, so it's their road essentially. So they are actually already been discussing some solutions to CDOT as well. And that's a huge, like I said, I think before, that's a huge one of the areas where deputies work traffic a lot because it's not so busy. And, so I worked it twice this weekend and thankfully a lot of people weren't speeding, which usually they are. So it was got, still some speeders, but it's definitely not as bad as it used to be. So we'll keep working that area. And also the speed trailer just got moved back from the high school and it's getting charged up. So see if I can get that over there very soon as well. And also for Public Works, just a shout out to them. Dave and his guys are always any suggestions or asks of them to get it done right away. So appreciate that. Talking about CI again, so I'm sure this has come up at Circle K, that area that is just absolutely dangerous. And we had luckily no one got hurt, but on Sunday, it should have been much worse. But essentially, guy coming in town and cars are, pull out onto the road at all different areas. And one car went into the middle of the road to try and at least start going into town, and then someone else followed them and realized it and swerved around him. And this kid, poor kid, young kid, swerved to miss him and just drove right into the gas station and hit one of the concrete pillars. I don't know how, looking at the video, like there was someone at that pump like seconds before that, and then like a head on, like nearly like half a second before. So, and I talked with Chief Zick about it and all that. See if we can talk to CDOT again about doing something in that area. So I had some ideas, but I don't even think lowering the speed limit would help because people are still going to go fast and it's just a bad area. So, so just a reminder, last few weeks we've had a guy camping in his bus. I'm sure everyone's seen it around town, multi blue and yellow. Nice guy. I just contacted him again today, but he just doesn't have anywhere to go. And so it's been made clear he got a ticket last week for camping in his car or his bus. Showed him places where he can go that aren't in town, or he can pay to camp if he wants to. But just a reminder, if that and vehicles that haven't moved on the roadway that are hazard or anything like that, just let us know because we don't always know when we drive by, how long a car's been there. So just being out and about last week, we found a couple people contacted me about cars and, contacted them and they moved them off. So, just remember, you can't, camp in your cars or live on the streets in your car in town. So, which is a big problem in the county, which they're working on. It's pretty bad. So we don't want that here. Update for the photo, radar and red light cameras. So I've talked to my commander who came from Boulder PD and they have that both systems. And so I'm going to work with them to kind of see what we need to do. But it is pricey up front, but in the long run, it definitely can pay for itself. So, and a lot of it's going to be CDOT too for the lights. So, another shout out to the park host and Crystal for like I worked in the parks this weekend and just the amount of people they have to deal with and having to stand at that front gate all day long in the heat and dealing with people yelling at them. And I don't know how they do it, but we appreciate it. And just there's been some issues with most of the alcohol in the park, so we trying to crack down on that. And actually issued a ticket this weekend for someone who got alcohol. So after that, it seemed to be pretty good. So just a reminder for people, if you want to go to the parks, just don't bring alcohol. And then just some stats. Tickets so far this year, we're up to 476, which is about 200 more than this time last year. So far, or in August, we had 84. And then all of last year, we only from last year, January through September, we only had 231. So we're doing pretty good. Our calls are up about 500 from this time last year at 1912. We had 279 last month. August last year we had 205. So again, a lot of those are traffic and extra patrols, but 52 so far this month. And then for the cameras, the last 30 days we had almost 415,000 cars in and out of town all through those days, so. And those are unique reads, and 164,000 just reads of one vehicle for that whole 30 days, so. For Labor Day, that weekend, we had a total of 53,000 cars in and out of town that Saturday through Monday. Which is the busiest holiday that we've had yet, which it didn't seem like it was too busy. I was in town all Sunday and Monday, but
I heard others say the park host thought it was one of the busiest of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
well,
And
that shows.
Black Bear Hole was really full. That whole. street.
Great, thank you.
All right,
Any questions for Sergeant Sears? Yeah, trustee Hellman.
So is it possible to put motion sensor lights on some of the park buildings for all the, maybe that would deter someone from doing graffiti?
so that's actually on my list because I have them at my house, but it's not like buildings. So usually, typical graffitis, like people do it because they want to express their art or whatever. And so they do it in places where it's highly visible to the public, but some of the stuff is just in the most unusual places that you wouldn't even think to look. So some of it's kind of weird, but the stuff, there was some this morning that Crystal found underneath the new tunnel bridge. And then yesterday, found some on the 4th Avenue retaining wall. And they are linked to multiple cases from the last couple of years, so I'm just working on that, and we got some good leads, and hopefully have some good news here soon. But yeah, but it's mostly in those areas, so just those, I mean, they're super cheap, and just mount them on a pole or anything, and they, motion, and so they'll last for, I have some that lasted for multiple years, so.
Battery powered?
Yeah, just off solar, yeah.
And one more, what about, we thought about parking the sheriff's vehicle out maybe east of McConnell. And even if it's unattended, that might slow down people quite a bit coming into town.
Oh, for the red light there, like, we could do that, so Sergeant Frayne was working the parks on Saturday, and he put, one of our extra cars out, just, south of the park with its lights on, and that helps slow people down, so and we've done it for some of the festivals, and just parking on the entrance helps too, so that's something we can definitely work on.
Okay.
Trustee Duffy.
Yep, so I have a comment and a question. First, I want to thank you for being present in the park. I spoke to the park host on Saturday and Sunday morning, and they were so grateful for the police presence and having the car parked at the entrance there really helps apparently. I guess my question is more for the public record here is, could you just remind us again how long a vehicle can be parked in one place? We were talking about the school bus, for example. When, from what length of time would a fine be levied?
So for just normal vehicles that are on public roadway, and this is even state law, that's properly registered and obviously isn't like clearly broken down or abandoned. It has to move every 7 days, but it doesn't specify how far you have to move. So you can move an inch, and last year I was dealing with some stuff in Gunboro, which we're still dealing with. You don't have, the county doesn't have an ordinance where you can't camp or live out of vehicles or trailers or RVs, which all other municipalities do, so everyone comes into the county. So the commissioners are finally, sounds like they're gonna work on passing that here hopefully soon. But in Lyons, we do have an ordinance where you can't, part of the parking prohibited ordinance is, sleeping, camping, living out of vehicles, and even if it's, during the day, you're just hanging out, you still, if it's a vehicle that you're living out of, you can't be there, so it's ticketable, which we try not to, like this guy just, out on his luck, and he got multiple chances, and I finally talked to him, said, if you get contacted again, you're gonna get a ticket, so he did. But I talked to him today, because he thought he wasn't out of town, but he still was in town, so he should be moving along, so I actually showed him on a map, like, you can go here, like, you just can't come in here.
So just to follow up on that, what would the fine look like in that situation?
For camping, it's $75 for first offense, $150 for second, and then some.
Okay, thanks.
And then for other stuff, like if it's,
Well, I was gonna add for the parking, because this one in particular, there are certain streets like Railroad that have no overnight parking. So a car can't be parked overnight in a no overnight parking area. So there were some tickets or warnings given out for no overnight parking areas as opposed to the 7 days. Yeah.
And the ordinance is in the Muni Club library, so you can look at it for more information, but the previous board worked on that ordinance for a very long time.
and it's super important because once the word gets around where there's a place you can go live out of your vehicle, then we'll just fill it overnight.
And I believe this guy had, I think it's a pit bull in his bus, and when one of the deputies knocked, it came out and bit his keys off his back. He had turned to avoid it and bit.
But she has 2 dogs in his car, so Deputy Ryan has dual canine handlers. So, yeah, earlier in that week, last week, I saw him swimming at Black Bear, and he had his dog there, and the dogs seem nice, but you never know. Dogs, but with parking, just check around and look for signs if you aren't aware, just look, because we can't put a sign everywhere, but just look around and if you see a sign, you should probably, especially the overnight parking. Don't park there overnight, so.
Any other questions for Sergeant Sears? Thanks as always.
All right. no
Good
problem.
luck catching those graffiti artists. We know, we have full confidence that you'll do it. Okay, administrators report.
Thank you. Staff has been working mostly and very closely with the tenure commemoration committee, getting ready for events this weekend. So that's been taking up, time and resources, gladly doing so. It's going to be a wonderful event and very well planned out by your committee that you've appointed. The housing assessment is still up and online for people who want to give their comments and regarding where it might be appropriate for affordable housing and where people would prefer not to see that, as well as other types of density questions and comments like that. We'd love to get more people involved with that. Big news from Aaron's front is that the NEVI grant, the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Grant, the town was selected to receive 4 150 kilowatt chargers and 1 440 kilowatt storage unit at no cost to us for the next 5 years. This will be grant funded. We'll be working closely with them on location and setup and all of that, but did have that awarded. And we will enter a land use agreement with where the Jewel is the company will be placing them. So he'll be working on that. Mayor, are you going to talk about the base camp tour?
I certainly can.
Okay, that's fine. And then lots of events. This is a really busy month for some reason. September is just really packed. The Be Strong bicycle ride was held here in August. The Folks Festival was in August. And those all went very, very well, as well as the Venus de Miles events that was held in August here. All of them went without any problems noted of any, nature, and hopefully we'll all be back next year. This weekend, of course, we have the Artisan Market on Saturday in Bowen Park. 40 vendors are signed up. Should be a really fun event, as well as a barbecue and music and root beer floats and things like that going on over there. So that should be great. Then we have our flood weekend. The St. Vrain Cross Country Invitational. If you've lived here for any length of time, you know that event brings in thousands of people, runners and their families. They will be parked throughout Bone Park, the Latter-day Saints Church, the 2nd Avenue parking. They will be everywhere. So prepare for that on the 15th and 16th. So we have many things going there, and already working on October for a lights out event, Rave to the Grave, working with that group, as well as the regular spooktacular. So busy time of year for events and planning. We do want to note just for the business district, we currently have $93,000 available in our revolving loan fund. There are 12 loans out there, which is awesome. 2 are behind on payments, but we work closely with them to try to get them back on track or on a different payment schedule. But we do have 93,000 available. So if there are businesses out there wanting to make improvements, that is available, and reach out to Kim Mitchell, staff who is the liaison to that group. So that's important. And then if you haven't been downtown, we are working on the lighting project on Main Street. So hopefully, maybe even by the end of the week, we might have some lights coming on Main Street. The Moss Rock Development has graciously offered to let us stage our Broadway Avenue, some of the larger equipment on their site while they're working out their plans to move forward. And so you'll see that happening, as well as the last installation of Cross Castle's wireless tower at the end of Main and High Street. You can, not Main, how do you describe that?
Main.
Yeah, High Street and Fifth. So those are current activities going on. And want to, of course, remind people that the bears are out and very active. The apple trees, apples are falling, bears are in hyperphagia, and squirrels are starting to, I noticed, to gather their supplies for winter. But please, please keep your trash locked up or get a bear-proof container. There are still some available, sounds like. But we just do not want bears. So bears are fine in town, but we don't want them getting in trash, or they're going to end up being terminated. So let's keep those guys safe while they're feeding and getting ready for winter. Other than that, just working on events.
Thank you. Questions for administrators and then.
Go ahead. No. So I can ask this, maybe if you can let me know what you prefer, but about the schedule this weekend for the flood. I do have some questions about it.
Sure.
Is it better now, or should we wait till trustee report time?
It's really up to you. If it will be helpful to the public, I think earlier is better, probably.
Yeah.
So, I was just gonna say, one, I appreciate this because, it's more information, but I was under the impression that we had a couple of senators coming and maybe Jared Polis is coming, the governor. When would that be and where? And
That's the opening ceremony on Sunday at 11 o'clock in Sandstone
The
Park
official remembrance.
okay.
is, yes, it's Governor Polis. All these are confirmed. Senator
that's at-
Hickenlooper,
At 11 o'clock?
Senator Bennett, Senator Nebus, county commissioner representatives,
Mayors,
previous trustees, mayors,
legislators.
Okay.
each of the state agencies involved.
And then, what time is the start of the Silver Lining golf car tour?
It's at
12:30. It starts at 12:30.
Yeah, so see, it says Silver Lining Tours of
All
Flood
of the
Recovery
exhibits
Project. So
are 12:30 to
so all the exhibits are 12:30 to 4 p.m.
Okay, so I guess my question was, well, if I wanted to go, I thought one tour is gonna last that amount of time.
No, so it's revolving. There's 5 different cars going.
There's 8 actually.
Okay, so it's over a period of time. Okay.
Yeah. And people can also walk and drive it. It's on the Clio app.
Okay, all right. And I think that those were the 2 questions that I wasn't clear.
So the other exhibits, kind of what we're picturing is that the opening more formal ceremony is 11 to 12, 12:15 at Sandstone. Then if people want to go visit the museum, they want to go to the visitor center, they want to go to the library for all those different types of exhibits. Those are open 12:30 to 4.
And when is your presentation here?
There are 2, one at 1 o'clock
Mhm.
and one at 2:30 or 2 o'clock.
Where does it say
That's not-
there? That's on this new page. Okay. But it's not on the green.
So yes, if you want to try to get to everything,
Mhm.
yeah, it is a full day, and then the community barbecue. The park the music will start at 3.
Yeah.
But it goes till 7,
Yeah.
so.
And you certainly don't want to miss a sneak preview of a 2-bedroom townhome and a 3-bedroom single family
Tours
home
of Summit.
at Lions Valley Townhomes with Paul Cap himself
Yeah,
hosting these open houses. And that will also be between 12:30 and 7. And the addresses are 402 Carter Drive and 403 Carter Drive, which is building A, and there will be signs up that say open house.
Great. Will this be published?
The formal program is going out hopefully tomorrow.
Okay, lovely.
And I'm making sure it's on social media.
Wonderful. Okay,
So
great.
no, it is a full
That's
day, and if you want to get to all of it, yeah, you will have to.
And not only is it a full day, as you noticed, the artisan market is on a Saturday, and I heard that the homecoming dance was Saturday night.
Yes,
As
it
well
is.
as a gathering here at Moxie, as well as the homecoming game Friday night.
It's Friday.
So it's just a very busy weekend in Lions.
Yes.
okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
asking.
Yeah.
Any other questions for administrators?
So I want, just with the fire buildings, any idea when it's coming down?
Oh, yes, we did. I talked to, the owners of that property today, actually. And, unfortunately, they're running into CDPHE. They think they've covered everything, and then they find out there's another step, but I believe I reported this last time, but they had hoped to turn around their application in 10 days. They notified them that due to staff shortages, they want the whole 45 days.
So what is that, where does
So,
that put us?
You know,
Before winter?
oh yeah, before winter. He said my goal is now to have it before the snow flies. But, you know, originally they wanted it before summer season started, but here we
Yeah.
are at the end.
Almost a year. for
You are
that.
at the mercy of when they give you your permit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for.
They're eager. And, but they did touch base today that if they got notified, they're gonna use all 45 days.
So I have one question about the Jewel chargers. First of all, that's a super exciting program. Does the program pay for the actual electricity?
We would have to set our rate, yeah, for electric.
But
They will
the
pay for-
taxpayers aren't paying for the
This
electricity.
person is filling up with.
The person,
Correct.
oh,
Right.
so,
It's a charge.
Right.
okay, great.
It costs like $40,000 or something to put in.
Now, there can be a concern about the demand spike that can cause and a raise in rates. This particular project has the battery storage with it, so they have said there should be no change in your spike. The UEB is aware of concerns with that, so looking into it and potentially adding a new rate class for charging stations if it does become a concern.
Okay,
But in this case, it shouldn't.
okay, and I'm sure you'll keep an eye on that.
Private, it is not the town owned anything, we're just leasing them the land, it's a private company
Got it.
who would buy electric from us and offer this.
Okay, thank you. And then the only other question is, has there been any progress on the co-compliance position?
Yes, we've had 4 applicants.
Yay,
And we have an interview scheduled tomorrow, so hopefully our next meeting, we will have made it on.
okay, great.
Yeah.
Terrific, thank you. Thank you.
And then last thing in my report is, Cassie did prepare her finance update that I thought we should just do really quickly. You don't have to get in all the detail, but
No, most of them.
just the highlights.
Yeah, so these updates are as of July. I'm in the process of closing August, so most of the information here, with the exception of sales taxes, is through July. And like we discussed in the workshop, here's our sales tax information. This represents sales through June sales. This week I'll get July sales in, so I'm anxious to see how that goes.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, we are still 1.86% lower than 2022, and that is also including the local marijuana tax increase. So that is kind of saving us a little bit. Although with the decreases in that market, I wouldn't say it's a wash, but you know, it definitely makes a difference. It does help though. So we'll see, as you remember, June was a very wet month. We'll see where July comes in, and I'm anxious to see that this week. The local businesses though, in June provided for 60% of that revenue. So that's definitely a positive thing. I anticipate that number might even be higher in July and August as we get into the festival months.
I think that's as high as we've seen it since we started tracking.
I think so as well.
Yeah.
So it is definitely a good thing. And, you know, I think also because it includes the retail marijuana, you know, that makes a difference as well in the increase in the portion. And then, of course, this is the sales tax comparison for prior years. And the orange line is this year. Revenues to expenditures, revenues are exceeding expenditures in all of the funds. So that's, you know, that's always a good thing. You can see the spike in the sewer fund there, has to be expected and very welcome. Revenues, when you compare them to year-to-date budgeted amounts, are higher in the general fund. And that, while we're not seeing an increase in the sales tax, we are seeing higher building tax, or building permit revenue, building and permit revenue and fees, and interest income, definitely a welcome addition. And then as they were discussing, more tickets equal more community court revenue. So that's definitely helping us out a lot. One that I would like to point out is the electric fund is the only fund that's a little bit lower. Erin and I are continuing to research that. We're about 100,000 less than what we projected with the budget. Now we do those monthly, we do like a 3-year average monthly projection to try and, you know, at least give us a comparison point. So that's what that's utilizing, but we're continuing to research usage reports and seeing, you know, what the anomalies might be. Last year did seem higher than prior years, but
So it's so weather dependent again.
Yeah, could it be the air conditioning?
It's
Stuff like
with
that?
such a wet spring. We're seeing it in the water fund too, not in this picture, of course, but just the average water is way down because people aren't irrigating as much. So I think that could be the case with electric too, a little bit is. It's cold in June.
yeah, we're gonna just double check just to make sure that we're, you know, something's not.
But if the revenue's down, shouldn't the expenditures be down as well? Because we're just
Usually.
effectively paying meat, right?
Only the cost of meat. Right?
Yeah.
So
we
there's
did-
other.
There's fixed costs that,
Well, we had some electric things we didn't anticipate. Remember the car that took out the power?
yeah, sure.
We
Yeah.
had a pole over by Oscar Blues that was, we had.
Yeah, so there's fixed costs.
Yeah, there's extra expenses. So that's just coming, we'll look into it more.
Yeah, great question, so. And then as requested, I thought I would include a parking revenue update. This is by park. And this compares to what we thought the year-to-date budget projections would be through July. So Bone Park doing great. LMJ is not as high as we would want it, and then
Cold June again.
yeah, a cold June. So I think some of this was definitely anticipated. And then Black Bear Hole and as we discussed, Second Avenue is not quite. But that was also put in later this year.
Yeah.
So we would possibly have seen a little bit more, but and same with Black Bear Hole.
And I imagine that once we get a code compliance person who can actually write tickets, people might start paying more.
Sure.
Well, I was wondering, is this based on parking meters?
No,
The meters,
this is on the kiosks.
Yeah.
the kiosks?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Okay, so. But we don't have somebody that's enforcing right now Okay.
Other than park host, if they see someone walking away, see what this is.
And we do now have a text option. You can pay by text, so we're trying to make it a little bit
Oh,
easier.
that's great.
So that's something, that we actually can track how much we're getting from that option. So maybe I'll report on that, another time, but it is a new option that we just added.
Has there been a sign put up at Second Avenue saying that people have to pay? Because before, I know there wasn't a sign, the kiosk is all the way at the back and people didn't know they had to pay.
I thought the pay to park sign was down by that area because the intent was most of the people parking there we were hoping were the river corridor. What we're seeing is more parking up toward the front for bicycling.
Yeah.
So it is, we can sure take a look at doing one up there as well.
I think it would be a good idea to have one at the entrance as they're pulling it in.
The pay to park sign.
Right.
Yeah. The kiosks are expensive.
Yeah, the kiosk, I think the Second Avenue kiosk was close to 15,000.
15,000. So it takes a while to pay for it.
So it'd be cheaper to have a sign pointing to it.
Yeah, I'll add that to our list.
And then here is something similar, the year-to-date expenditures versus what we projected the year-to-date budget would be. We are lower in all of the funds except for sanitation, the sewer fund. Those are our legal fees, so those were expected. Obviously, we see some money for that. The expenses in the electric fund, I just wanted to point out, we have the solar project still budgeted there and the electric undergrounding. So sometimes they're way lower because of the timing of capital projects. So that is definitely one of the reasons there. And then, the stormwater, we've got grant match allocated. And so for any of those funds where we set aside a grant match, just in case we got that grant where we were required to say, yes, we've committed to this grant, you're not going to see those monies spent. They just kind of sit there. And so they're included in expenditures, but they're not going to get spent until or if we get those grants. And then this is the same slide that we saw in the workshop, and I will be sure to include the lottery funds in the future. You just won't see a green line on that one since there's no reserve that's required for that. And that's all I have.
Great.
Any questions?
Any other questions for Director Eystone?
I just really appreciate it. It's so easy to follow. It's like, should we board a little bit on, would have that easy to follow, because you can see where the potential problems lie, and
Yeah.
you can extrapolate out from that what is related at the time of year. I just think.
Yes, no, you're so welcome. If you're ever super interested in the details, they are also in your packet.
I do get a little bit down into the weeds on that. Yeah, lose track of time.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you being here. Jason.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Okay, legal update. Attorney Jetman?
Yep, I don't have any update for you guys, which I think is a good thing after years of mini updates. So we'll let you know if anything changes, but the only matter that's really open right now that we're in executive session on, nothing has changed since
Okay.
that. So
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
of course.
Like not hearing things. Okay, ordinances and public hearings. Tonight we have the first reading of ordinance 1151, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending sections 13-1-150 of the Lyons Municipal Code, updating utility late fees. Staff report, please.
Hello, Mayor and Trustees. So this was really just an update to correct what was previously changed in the code incorrectly. Late fees used to be a separate line item in the code, and I don't remember how long ago it was. It could be a year now, 9 months, when the UEB was making some recommended changes. I don't think it was noticed that late fees were being included in the same timing as these additional fees that we can charge for when your power gets turned off or other problems. And the real difference was that late fees start accruing 30 days, if you don't pay your bill within 30 days, right? If you don't, sorry, I'm sorry. If you don't pay your bill by the due date, which is 30 days from the date on the invoice, right? Your bill is late. If your bill is due on the 30th, you don't pay on the 1st, it's late. But we don't charge, the only fees that get charged, then there is a late fee if you haven't paid by the 30th. Which is 30 days after the billing date. We don't use dates in the billing, right? So we say the bill is due 30 days after the billing date. If you haven't paid by then, you'll be charged a late fee. The additional fees do not get charged for another 30 days, or as it says in the ordinance itself, 60 days. If you haven't paid your bill within 60 days of when it was issued for the bill date, then you can get charged a shut off fee. If the town goes and shuts off the power, you can get charged a turn on fee. But really the difference is all these fees were still here. We're not adding any fees. It is that there's now confusion and the town has not been filed. The town has been charging people. If you don't pay your bill by the due date, 30 days after the billing date, you get charged a late fee. But the code says you should not get charged until 60 days. So we're just trying to correct it and move it back. So that if you don't pay your bill within 30 days of the bill date, you will get charged a late fee.
Questions for Director Kaplan?
It doesn't necessarily change the price of the fee.
Correct, no.
We just did some clarifications. It was really confusing in the existing code.
It was confusing the first time we saw it in the packet. Trustee
Yeah.
Dati.
I'm just curious for the general public to know, what that late fee looks like. Is this a set late fee? Is it a percentage? How does?
It's in the fee schedule that we have on the website.
It's a set amount of $20, and then I believe that there's an interest on it as well.
Okay, thank you.
And you'll be looking at that again for the budget if you want to change any of the fees in the fee schedule that you set each year.
Okay.
Any other questions for Director Kaplan? I'd entertain a motion. Trustee Dati, thank you.
You're welcome. I move to approve ordinance 1151 on first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Is there discussion? I have an amendment that I'd like to propose. Just for clarity's sake, because I know I was confused when I read this. I would like to propose that in section 13-1-150A, we add from the billing date. So it reads accounts that remain unpaid for more than 30 days from the billing date shall be assessed late fee, et cetera. Just for specificity. And then in 13-1-150B, accounts that remain unpaid for 60 days or more from the billing date. Just to add that clarity.
So Mayor Rogan, it looks like in A that language doesn't exist, but it does currently exist.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think it's a good add in A, so I thank you for the
Oh, got it. Okay, so then, yeah, just an A. Is there a second?
A second.
Any discussion? Okay, so let's vote on that amendment.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Any other amendments? Okay, then we'll vote on the ordinance as amended.
And that also passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay. So moving right along, the next first reading is ordinance 1152, amending section 18-6-10 of the Lyons Municipal Code by adopting by reference the 2023 edition of the National Electric Code as the Town of Lyons Electric Code.
Again, Mayor and Trustees, so the National Electric Code is similar in procedures as the fire code was. Again, we're talking about the International Building Code suite. The National Electric Code is not specifically in that set of codes. It's been kept separate for whatever reason. And the state of Colorado adopts the version of the National Electric Code that they would like to use and then require everyone to follow that code. So we're here just implementing or adopting by reference the code that the state adopted August 1st, bringing our code, the National Electric Code, up to the 2023 version from the 2020. There are a few changes in there, somewhat minor from what I could see. Again, they really pertain for the building inspector to understand and be aware of. We don't have much choice in that since we're required to adopt the state's code.
Questions for Director Kaplan?
I have one. Has the UEB looked at this and have any concerns at all that seems to?
They haven't looked at it with it being the building code.
Oh, I was assuming because it was electric, it fell under something that they would see.
It might, but they don't look at the plumbing codes really. It's not dealing with our electric on the utility side. It's dealing with the building side of electricity, the infrastructure there.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
And I assume this puts us on par with Longmont and everywhere else.
Everybody in the state
Sure.
has to.
Yeah, okay.
Any other questions? Okay, I'd entertain a motion.
I can go ahead and do it. I move to approve ordinance 1152 on first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, call for the vote.
And that passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay. Third first reading, ordinance 1153. An ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a lease of town property adjacent to 4100, 4196, and 4206 Ute Highway, Lyons, Colorado 80540 to Spirit Hound Distillers. Go right ahead, staff report.
So Spirit Hounds Distillery has, would like to amend, well, I don't know if it's amendment, create a new lease agreement with the town of
New lease,
Lyons.
yeah.
Yeah, with the town of Lyons to include the current lease that they have behind their property, the Spirit Hounds Distillery property, and the old Parks location or lease area that's in the Parks lease agreement. So, that is the proposed ordinance or a new lease agreement with Spirit Hounds Distillery.
And could you just real quickly outline the terms of the lease?
Essentially, they will be able to utilize the existing storage building behind that's behind Parks now. They will have to modify that building once the trail construction begins. So that's within the agreement that they will have to cut that building in half. And they will be utilizing that storage building for storage of materials for their brewing within what's allowed in that type of storage. And they'll probably have like, I don't know what's the word, forklifts and stuff going back and forth between there and the distillery properties. And yeah, I think that's essentially it. Okay.
A couple of the other key terms, if I may, is that the
Yeah,
term,
please.
the term for the lease is 10 years with an additional 10-year renewal period that may be granted by the town. The rental is $3,300 per year with a 3% annual escalator, which means that the rent goes up 3% every year, which is industry standard for commercial property. And then there's a number of different provisions about basically the construction of the trail and making sure that we're able to construct the trail, through the leased premises. So they're pretty extensive. I'm happy to go through them in detail, but the important part is that we have essentially 16 feet for which to construct the trail. I think that's pretty much all the major pieces. There's a lot, of course, boilerplate language and dealing with different contingencies that may occur during the lease term, but I think those are probably the important ones to point out.
I think we should note about the rental payment because
Yes.
the public, we have had some of the public already comments to us on that. 3,300 is what other leaseholders of that right of way are paying per year for their one lot. This would be 3,300 for the 3 lots adjacent to Spirit Hounds, behind Circle K and behind Clark's building. But because of the amount of land they would be giving up for the trail, that's what the negotiated, at least with the people involved with those level was being brought to you. But I want you to be aware of that because you do have other property owners that are paying 3,300 for behind each.
This is technically 3 lots.
Yeah.
Yep. So we're taking a piece of their property for the trail. The leased premises is also subject to Highlands ditch turnaround, which kind of decreases the value of the whole
Subject to
thing.
that too.
Yeah, and
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 we're
there's a,
go ahead,
there's a 3% escalator.
which the current leases do not have, but we intend to going forward.
So I think as attending some of those sessions, when you go to renegotiate your leases with the others, they might be asking for a change.
They were hoping though for like 10 on that, and it's 16, right? So that's a significant
Increase.
yeah.
They asking for 10 or 14.
No, we're asking for 16.
They were-
They were asking for 24 originally.
No, they asked for 10.
They were-
They put 10.
They
They
only
were
wanted-
spirit.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
I got confused.
And we asked for 20 and then it came back and we landed at 16. But
And to me, that then is reasonable, then the dollar figure is reasonable. To me.
I just,
It's a decent
it's
trail.
going to affect the other folks
Right.
too. So as those come open, just so you're aware, I just want to be
What are they charging?
transparent about that.
Okay, so let's go, is that, okay. Questions, let's go to questions.
Mayor, if I may interrupt just real quickly, Dolores, can you turn on and off the owl real quick? Just like the video functionality, it's frozen, at least on my end, so I don't know.
Oh, we're frozen. Get you off there. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, trustee Elson?
Now it's working, good.
I was just curious, what is Spirit now currently paying? Because I don't remember, I didn't look it up, for their current lease. for the one.
3,300 for behind their building.
Yeah, with
So they're
no
paying-
escalator and none of the other kind of
So they're
limitations.
paying 3,300 now
Behind one lot.
for their whole property that they have right now. And they're gonna pay 3,300 for all the new property they get.
But the property then is shrunk.
So, okay,
Because of the
let's go
trail.
one at a time.
Yes, but it's
So the property that they're leasing
right now.
right now
Yes.
is not the entire property that they're on. It's a piece of their backyard. It's the town right of way.
Okay,
And when the trail is built,
Yep.
that amount of property
That's
is going to be reduced.
so maybe I was misunderstood. I thought the property they're on was all town property, they're leasing it. Okay, so
No.
it's just a small section in the back.
That's right.
Is that correct?
Well, it's their entire backyard. so
Well, yes.
Yeah.
Their entire backyard, but not where the building is.
Not where the building is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
I think
Tracy.
just to add, these technically are not, the town right away is not separate lots. We're arbitrarily putting in limits
Got it.
for these lease agreements, because it's one huge piece of property that goes basically from McConnell to Highway 36. So the area is, we're arbitrarily defining that area. It's not,
It's a,
three lots technically.
yeah, we're just calling
And I-
it adjacent to their
Their
property.
lots, yes. And I believe, and we could probably check on this, that the amount that they would, area that they're proposing to lease in this is comparable in area to the other leases as well. I think it's pretty close to size as well. But yes, they will be losing some existing area that they are leasing right now. So just something to consider.
Other questions?
Yeah,
Trustee Layton?
the lease is to Spirit Hounds, and so if they go out of business or they sell or they move, the lease ends, right?
Correct.
Any assignment requires, there's several pieces of that lease that talk about the situation, and the short of it is that yes, any assignment the town would be required to approve. There's also a clause, there's a force majeure that basically changes the nature of the relationship that will also potentially terminate the lease. So there's a lot of different kind of triggers in there for those situations.
Your first time? Any questions?
I don't have any questions. I was gonna make an amendment.
Okay, we'll go through the questions and we'll do that. Trustee Dellman, any questions? Trustee Williams? Okay, all right, then I would entertain a motion so we can discuss.
I move to approve ordinance 1153 on first reading, approving a lease of town property adjacent to 4100, 4196, and 4206 Ute Highway, Lyons, Colorado 80540 to Spirit Hound Distillers LLC.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay. You had an amendment?
Yes. On page 2, under 3.0 term, second sentence, it says there may be one renewal term for an additional 10, which may be granted to the leasee,
In years.
blah, blah, blah. I'd like to add the word years, please.
Done.
Can that be done as a RADA or does it?
It can be done as a
require-
I don't think it requires a motion.
Good catch.
Great, thank you.
Perfect. All right, discussion, we need discussion.
All right, let's start. So I think it's a great idea for Spirit on to get this, but gonna be honest, I think the price is too cheap. Only because it's, even they're giving up 16 feet. But I still feel in fairness to the other properties, it's a big difference in paying the same and getting more. A lot more, from what that's what I do. But I still think it's a great opportunity to Spirit on, and I would think that it should not go forward. That's just my opinion.
Thank you.
Good.
Anyone else? Trustee Darcy?
Yeah, I guess I would like to ensure that it's a fair system and that everybody's paying the same rate, whatever that rate is.
Trustee Redding?
But by all means, we shouldn't be giving some benefit to one company over the other. But I'm not sure the way that the property is located and whatnot, that there is some great advantage that we're giving. I mean, we couldn't lease it to anybody else.
No.
It doesn't have any other values separately. So I'm not sure if you really should look at it by square footage.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, no,
Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't have a response to that specifically, but I did see something else from an edit standpoint that I'll bring up, but why don't we finish your rounds?
I guess I have to say I agree with trustee Edding.
Trustee Williams?
I agree with it as presented
Great.
and amended.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
So, yes, and this might just be an editing error correction, under 12.0, page 5, utilities.
Yep.
12.2, leasee shall make commercially reasonable efforts to remove and relocate. The word commercially doesn't make sense to me.
So it's a term of art, basically it's describing the nature of the reasonable efforts. And so it basically means what a reasonable commercial operator would do.
Okay, all right. Thanks for the clarification.
Yep.
So
Thanks for-
I have no motion there.
Thanks for reading it so closely. Okay,
I've only done it 10 times, but that's okay.
all right, so we have a motion and a second. Any other comments before I call for the vote? Okay, I'll call for the vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks, staff, for all your hard work on this. It was, I know it was a long haul, so it's much appreciated. Okay. Next up is consent agenda. Clerk Vasquez, will you please read that into the record?
Yes, item 1 is resolution 2023-57. A resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the First Amendment to the professional services agreement with Rock Salt Consulting Group Incorporated for construction management services for the US 36 Broadway improvements and multimodal trail project. Item 2 are the August 21st, 2023 Board of Trustees meeting minutes, and item 3 are the September accounts payable.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I motion to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there anything anyone would like to pull from consent?
So you just said not to pull this one?
Yeah, because it was answered in email, but I can.
I would like it publicly, so I'm gonna pull number 3, please.
Okay, great. So anybody else have anything to pull? Okay, we'll vote on consent as amended.
That motion passes unanimously.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So yes, the accounts payable page, I think it's 137 in the packet. If you don't mind, I am gonna get there, please. It is the DHSEM, and that's what Department of
Homeland Security Emergency Management.
Yes. So nearly $1 million. Do you mind just going ahead and explaining what that is, please?
Yes, I would love to. As you may recall, the state advanced the town $9.5 million for flood expenses during the 2013 flood for cash flow purposes. The town slowly pays back that advance as we receive, and the grant funding and the projects are slowly closed out. So in this case, there are 2 instances that are involved in this payment. One of them is payback number 7. So we're paying back, gosh, and I forget the amounts. Was that like 335? And then the other one, the state accidentally reimbursed us too much money, and our wonderful Tracy said, no, that is not correct. So we're paying it back to avoid any confusion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. That's all I wanted to hear.
We're getting there, guys.
And
Chipping away at
I
that.
think you had mentioned in an email what's left.
Yes.
Did you say 5.1?
It is about 5.1 million, just a little less than 5.1.
We really are making headway.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
as well, and we're just kind of waiting on the state.
What was the beginning number?
9.5.
Okay, so we're about halfway there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And one more question. When I got to the bottom of this, it says the grand total or total unpaid invoices is 999,000. But that doesn't make sense to me if one line item is 928,000. So I just was curious about, am I understanding that's all supposed to add up, including the
It should.
928?
Let me go into her document and see the
Okay,
total, but it is something when the AP person does the checks to go in to be paid,
right.
I do reconcile it back to us to make sure that everything that's on here is getting paid, so.
Okay. Yeah, so just,
It might be everything, actually, we've got some, they're all pretty small, actually.
I think it is.
so everything but the 928,000.
No,
Total 70,000.
yeah,
It comes to
Yeah, that's about right.
1.173 on the bottom.
Okay,
Grand total for all as well.
yeah, but that includes the hand checks and.
Okay.
Payments that were.
So it's still.
Okay,
We'll take another
Yeah.
one.
so are you good?
I'm satisfied. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there a motion to approve the accounts payable?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Let's off the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you for that. Okay, so moving on to general business, we have an update from Tiara Resources tonight.
And I believe that's
Mr.
Rich
Barone?
is online.
Hi,
Good
Would you like
evening. Would
How
you
are
like good. Would you like to share your screen and begin?
oh, if I have to, yes, sure.
Oh,
Let me
want to?
figure this out.
Or you could just give us a verbal update.
Let me start with that. because actually I ran into a couple of snags today in data retrieval, so I'm very chagrined about that. But let me give you as quick a recap as I can, and then I'll kind of give you what I have to do to kind of wrap this thing up. So very quickly, just a quick reminder, there was this sort of 3 different tasks associated with this scope of work, and recapping those very quickly. The first was to really deconstruct all of the charges, whether it be through mean for the fixed cost recovery charge for the town's capacity and energy, as well as transmission line costs, and then there's of course there's a KWH, and then finally would be there's an additional WAPA capacity cost. So Dave and I kind of went through historical bills. We went through how the charges are constructed, just to really look at, how do these things break out, and where's, if you had, the magic load flexibility device, AKA big battery, or any sort of theoretical construct, and you could more or less levelize, like squish down all the loads to get to more or less a levelized approach to over a 24-hour day, over 365 days a year, what would the maximum theoretical savings be? And this assumed a few things that were kind of crude, like no load growth, for example. Also no load reduction. In other words, didn't really presume any kind of growth in solar, but really just looked at, given the current status quo, what would happen. And unfortunately, that's the number I don't actually have, and I'm a little chagrined about that because I couldn't get access to it. But what I do have is what would the size of that load shift look like? And the way we came up with that was, because the way these things are, for not to bore you all, but the way that these things are constructed is, whether it's the fixed cost is really looking back at a 36-month rolling average, and what it pulls from in that particular case is the coincident peak. So where the town's peak was relative to means peak, right? So you're really only looking at, it's hard to exactly say without going day by day, but you're really looking at kind of these instances through time where you had the highest occurrence of system load for the town, both coincident and also non-coincident with the transmission line. And that is a 12-month rolling average. And so the long and short of it is, we took the ceiling, like, okay, and so really what you wanted to do is, if you looked at that levelized calculation I described a minute ago, and then you looked at the largest delta for each month between what that peak was and what that average was, what you'd have to levelize to. And the maximum number, as we look back several years, was 1.37 megawatts. And that's an important number to consider as we get to the third phase of this. But I apologize for not having what that theoretical savings could look like. It's not important yet. It will be for the third step, which gets to the costing and scaling of a battery to kind of provide that optimal shift. So that was the end of phase 1. Does somebody have a question? I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to say, it's we don't all live in this world with you. And so I think maybe it might be useful, and we appreciate your time tonight for sure. Maybe it would be useful to schedule another agenda item in conjunction with the UEB and kind of give the board sort of a little bit of background again about what the purpose of the study was, just to refresh us, and then take a look at your data when you have a chance to gather it again. And I know that feeling of not being able to access the data when you need it. So I completely empathize with you, Rich. And so, I mean, unless the board has any questions tonight for Rich, maybe we can kind of go ahead, Trustee Eddie.
Yeah. Well, Rich, do you plan to continue the discussion on time of use rates? I mean, I know we were talking about the battery, but it's the time of use that I'm finding really interesting.
Yeah.
Is this going to be in the phase 3, 4, whatever?
No, I was just going to get to that, TOU. That actually analysis is done. And I could actually pull up a slide that shows numbers and everything. Would you like to see that at the very least? I don't want to,
I
force
kind of like
Yeah.
to geek out on time of use.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Let's see if I can do this without breaking everything. Please let me know if anything shows up on your screen.
Yes.
Okay. Is it just a PowerPoint presentation or is it muddled with a bunch of other things?
No, it's just a PowerPoint. It looks great.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so let's see here. I'm going to make this bigger so I can see it. So this was just a recap. That's what I kind of just went through. This was just a little bit of, I have a few more data points that I haven't actually gotten yet. That's what the yellow bit, I presume you can see, you're on the same slides I am. You're looking at, I'm showing that little timeline with,
Yep.
okay. This was, I just described that. Okay, so this is the time of use. So let's see. What we did was the first thing we did was we developed, okay, so I know I just walked through this kind of concept of coincident, non-coincident. Here's the simplest way to look at it. Whatever periods of day, historically, that the highest consumption occurs, which drives your highest demand, those would be the hours that you would target for an on-peak rate period. And the hours for Lions that kind of encapsulates, at least historically, all of those spiky periods in every given month would be 3 to 8 p.m. So that would be the on-peak period. And Dave created deltas that I couldn't get from him today. I was pestering him, but he was on an airplane. So, but more or less, like I put in some indicative values because I just needed, I'm not 100% firm on those. But the point being that you've got these significant spreads between, 3 to 8 is going to be your high period, and then 8 to midnight and midnight to 3 p.m. That's your off peak. There's places that have more convoluted free tiers and all that, but we really went round in circles and realized that it was too complicated and really was not going to serve Lions very well. A few other interesting, we dug through a lot of material, some of which is publicly available, some of which is actually drawn from projects that we've either worked on or have been ancillary involved with. So it's not public, but at least good data points. And what it comes down to is that more or less, and we assumed 100% adoption because we assumed that it'd be a mandatory time of use rate. And the kind of norm, the number, and you'll see a lot big range, so just be cautious about that. But 3.2% of peak load reduction is really what you're seeing, and that's what we modeled. And the other thing, this is not a missing data point that I couldn't access, it's just a piece of information I haven't gotten yet. If you look on this table, I just wanted to do a simple payback analysis. What would happen if you employed time of use rate? And there's some fundamental pieces here that don't quite, like, in reality play out, because this is a simple payback and this presumes a savings that somehow the town could enjoy. But reality is, if you're doing time of use rates, in theory, people are also going to enjoy that savings. So the simple payback isn't really so simple, but I wanted to simplify it for the purposes of, hey, do you really get the value back, at least from a town's perspective, for doing this? So I don't have firm costs. I really want, and just to be clear, that what you have to pay for here is some marketing costs to make sure the more that people can be made aware of these rates and understanding that, hey, these hours are expensive. If there's anything you can do to not consume in these hours, you should. So there's some marketing expenses. Then there's the on your advanced meters, you have to update the registers so that those meters can basically be tracking and counting in accordance with those hour blocks. And then the final piece is, based on all that data coming in properly assigned, then you have to update your utility billing system so that folks' bills can reflect the time value consumption. Those are all discrete costs. I don't have firm numbers. I have orders of magnitude numbers, but one of my main remaining little gaps is to just try to, nobody was going to give you a firm quote. I recognize that because it's not a formal RFP or RFI, but I'm hoping for somebody to give me something that I really can hang my hat on. But I bucketed those up front, and then we said, okay, with that 3.2% savings, how does that manifest in terms of the savings on the two biggest charges, the fixed cost charges and then the transmission charges? And those those, it takes a little while for those to be realized, because with the 36-month look back on fixed cost, you can only start to enjoy those savings over time as you ultimately get to a full track record of 36 months. So those are done, this is simplified and annualized. It's a straight line kind of savings curve that goes on just a straight line. Same thing with transmission, but that's only over the course of 1 year. So then I just map those out, and again, these are pretty broad brush assumptions, but I just wanted to get a sense of like, what is the worthwhileness of the investment. And if you look at it in those simple terms, you're looking at a pretty favorable like payback. I don't know what your benchmark is that you have to hit, but 3.5 years ish. Again, what that really means is the overall town's costs will be reduced by a commensurate value that exceeds the upfront investment. However, customers will also be paying less, right? Because their bills will be reflective of time of use, consumption. So there's ways that we could, given, like my calculus teacher used to say, given infinite monkeys and infinite typewriters, you'd eventually have Shakespeare's works. You could co-optimize for making these rate adjustments such that individuals who adhere to the time of use enjoy savings, but not so much that it doesn't, basically completely eradicate the town's ability to more or less recoup the expenditure. So that's just a little bit of detail on this, but I really wanted to explain. Now there's a few cautionary tales here. We're going to go to the next slide. There's a lot of words here. Sorry, don't try to read all this, but this is really going to be, so I can get back to Kim and Aaron. So they have basically all of this information at their disposal, plus all of the modeling figures will plop in the back of this. But the thing about this is we didn't assume, we took a kind of simplified approach. We didn't assume a few things. We didn't assume load growth. And I want to speak to that. There's a piece at the end that I didn't type up yet, but there's some cautionary tales here. We didn't assume load growth. Also being aware that according to the articles and reports that I've been reading, time of use rate will ultimately benefit the town, but you're going to have winners and losers. And I've seen as high as 40% of individuals that will ultimately be paying more. There's ways to mitigate that. And the one thing I haven't also done is I wanted to create a sense of what is that order of magnitude that the average customer with the average load shape who doesn't do any load shifting based on the new rates, what are they going to get dinged with? And it's an important detail. I don't have it yet. And Aaron's given us access to the census system. I just have to really go in and look at the profiles and get Dave's rates and just multiply. So I will have that by the end of the week, but it's cautionary, and because you really don't want to have unintended consequences. There's another piece that's not modeled, because I know there's been a lot of changes over a few years with respect to what solar customers can get paid. In reality, if you wanted a true equitable scenario in terms of market equity, not personal equity, you'd actually want to pay the solar exporters the actual retail rate for that time of day, in which case it would be rather low, right? Because that's predominantly going to be, well, I mean, 3 o'clock and beyond, they'll get a premium rate, but anything before 3 o'clock, they're going to get whatever that off-peak rate is. And so that I didn't model that. That's a whole policy decision, and it would require additional changes. So I didn't want to get into the weeds too much. The other thing I wanted to be leery of here is really the macro picture. Is I just heard the discussion earlier. Really, congratulations on getting that Charger award. It's a big deal, and that stuff's really expensive, and that's a huge leg up. The battery is going to be a big component. And what I would say is when Aaron in particular, when you look at the spreads that Dave and I kind of show the distribution of load, and you can see where you've got abilities in those load shapes to kind of build load in those areas without worrying about incurring additional demand, ostensibly demand charges. So that needs to be, I think, taken into account, whether you're going to derive a new rate or simply, leverage that storage system to allow for the consumption of kWh during those kind of low consumption periods. The rest of the time, you're going to use that battery as an arbitrage and shifter, because you don't want to wind up like, I heard talk about a hotel. You're going to have a lot more people with EVs. You're going to have and this is the piece that I wanted to put kind of at the end, things to think about. If you have a new big load, if you have a bunch more people adopting EVs, if you have these big fast chargers, and if you promote electrification, right, which I know that topic has come up, you have to, it's going to be interesting, right? Promoting electrification is a good thing, but it is going to transition costs from what they were currently getting the energy from, let's say, gas or right, into electricity. And when that's consumed in the world of a time of use rate, could have significant bearing on the out-of-pocket cost for the customer. And by the way, if you're transitioning all of those costs onto an electric bill instead of like your gas credit card, people might see their electricity going up and not really kind of put the pieces together to look at their whole energy wallet. So there's some tricky bits there over the long haul, but the time of use rate appears to have relatively positive outcomes, despite the fact that there's a lot of those details that still have to be sorted. And that's like this is the third piece. I haven't finished the pro forma for this. Just to let you know what I have to finish this week is I took that 1.37 megawatts and I went to STEM, which is a battery management company. I know them very well. I have personal relationships there, and they were kind enough to put together an actual cost estimate for that size battery and all of these other, the cost that you don't really think about when you wanted to put a battery system in. It's super expensive, but that also doesn't take into account yet. And I have one of the documents I couldn't get today. I have a list of grants and financing opportunities. So what I have to do is take all of that, take those maximum savings value that I was describing at the very beginning as really what your kind of effective plus side of the ledger looks like, factoring in what your carrying costs are going to be at hopefully favorable financing, take any grant, presumptions or assumptions, I should say, right off the top at the beginning, and then look at that 20-year life or 15-year life of the system. Probably I'll do both and see if there's any chance of this being a break-even opportunity within the useful life of the battery. Now, this is only one quote. I understand that, but I think it's probably pretty indicative of what the cost would be. And like I said, this is sized for those outlier periods, right? You wouldn't necessarily have to size something that big. But the flip side is if you did, and you're not going to hit those particular peaks all that often, it does sort of have the added benefit of providing your town with a resilient system for those days where you're going to have significant excess capacity in the battery. And so those are just some considerations. The final piece that I've talked about, it's a little bit wonky, and there are folks that do this. SMUD is doing this. The other way you could improve the economics of this system is for those customers that are demonstrated to be kind of in the, I guess, non-winner category of maybe you're paying more, you haven't been able to shift your load, et cetera. There's an opportunity to help them offset those incurred costs by like virtualizing a time of use, by leveraging, basically paying for a subscription to a portion of the battery. It's incremental. I mean, it probably doesn't put too many dents in the overall cost, but it is a way of maybe buying down some of that overhead. Oh, and one other tidbit for you. This was interesting. I mentioned before, you're going to have folks that might be paying more. Well, one of the reasons is you have loads and you don't have any way of controlling them, like, or you're not home, but you don't have any smart things to control, right? And obviously batteries are the, easy answer, but not everybody's going to get a battery or can afford one. Something I picked up on in my conversations with the folks at Mean is that they have this they have had and sort of have this bucket placeholder for demand response initiatives. And when I was speaking with them, just because that's a lot of what my personal history is around, demand response and kind of load management, they were very eager and interested in concepts. So one thing that came to mind is that, well, they may be, and it didn't sound like they had huge buckets of money or anything like that. But my point is, if you had certain loads that could be, made smart to be schedulable, and some of that could be heating and cooling, right? You could do preheating and pre-cooling in that off-peak period. Hopefully, if the buildings have a good envelope, they can carry that cool or that heat into the evening hours, because you only have to get till 8 o'clock, right? In this model. So I was thinking that it might be worthwhile to approach Mean and say, hey, what kind of dollars do you have at your disposal if we were looking at like a smart thermostat rebate, or electric hot water heater that's controllable type of rebate? What kind of dollar amounts would you have at your disposal? And that may be one way to help mitigate some of those folks that might otherwise kind of be in the wrong side of the ledger. So that's, so that'll all be in the final sets of slides. I even have reference to that previously, but that's as far as I have for now. The pro forma, it will be done this week as soon as I get the data, and those other tidbits that I haven't filled in yet are kind of at the ready. I wasn't able to pull them into the materials today, for which I apologize. And I'm happy to actually come back a month from now after I meet with the UEB and others and give a final recap if that would be of interest to folks.
Right, thank you. Well, it would to me for sure. I appreciate all this information. Turns out you did have some great slides to share with us after all. So thank you.
I just undersell a little bit, and I guess
Undersell, over deliver. I know. Okay, any additional questions for Mr. Barone?
I don't have any questions, just a statement, but
Yeah.
I do think the time of use rate is something that we should really put a lot of thought into. I got a neighbor that charges his Tesla at 3 PM at 24 cents an hour. And I know that's driving up my rates.
Yeah.
And you ask them, could you please do that at midnight? And they're like, well, why bother? It doesn't affect me whatsoever. So I do think there's a lot of social equity at time of use rates. And now there is unintended consequences, and I think they're very interesting, but I think we should give it a lot of thought. And besides, everybody else is going to it.
Mm-hmm.
So like Fort Collins, my understanding, is going to it. So it's in the cards at some point, especially when there's more electric vehicles.
Maybe it's time to make it a discussion direction item for
Yeah,
future
but-
agenda, once we get this final report.
Yeah, and I think the UEB should spend a lot of time thinking about it
Yeah,
and educating, but there would also be a public education that goes with it
oh,
too.
for sure. Yeah,
So, because
The question is, if up to 40%, he said he's seen up to 40% for actually increases.
that's right, yeah.
But how many of those cannot adjust?
Or just chose not to adjust.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that to me becomes the bigger question.
Yeah.
If it's 20% that there's not a thing they can do about it, then I got more questions. But if in fact most of the people are just choosing not to adjust, that's a different.
Attorney Dimon?
Yeah, as you guys know, I do a lot of utility work all around the state and a lot of rate cases as well. And something to just, let the board know that was said, but I want to emphasize that the marketing piece of this is extremely important for implementing time of use rates. Otherwise, you're going to see extremely regressive kind of impacts where the people who are lower income, maybe less educated on these issues, are going to be, not understand the change in the rate structure and are going to be hit really hard by this, which is why you kind of see that 40% number. So I think, especially initially when these rates started getting rolled out, people did a terrible job of educating the ratepayers on how it worked. And so I just want to definitely put an emphasis on that for the board, that you can, if you don't do this right, you can definitely at least initially see extremely regressive impacts.
Yeah.
I would add that, oh, you're very welcome. I would add that, another option is to make it, opt out or non-mandatory. That creates different complexities, but it might be able to help folks who just have no alternatives, right? Avoid getting kind of dinged, but we can have more conversations about that. I mean, frankly, I'm happy to engage, even after, when this project is all done and put a bow on it. I would still be willing just to volunteer my time to have open discussions and think through this with you all. I'm just 25 minutes down the road and this stuff's important. So I'm willing to, contribute in that way as well to help sort it out.
Well, thank you. That's a very generous offer and we appreciate it. And thank you so much for your time tonight and hanging out.
Oh, it was really entertaining for me. I got to learn a lot more about Lions than I could have imagined. So,
Oh, there you go.
oh, I also wanted to say thank you. I had a great time at Folks Fest this year. So,
Oh, good.
okay, thank you. All
We're
right.
glad to hear that.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you very much.
Say good night,
Have a good
everybody.
evening.
See ya.
See ya. So I would like to propose we take just a couple minute break before we dive into the next item.
Yeah.
Is that okay with everybody? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was.
Secret good. We're on, all right, we are on, we are on. Okay, so next item on the agenda is discussion direction on the Horrocks contract for the design of the St. Vrain Trail project. We have a staff report, please.
Yes. Horrocks Engineering is our design consultant for the trail. And, they have requested a series of additions of fee. Some is scope and fee and some is just fee request to their contract. And so staff wrote up a memo addressing each one of the requests and added in a staff recommendation for each one of those. So we can go through that memo and go through each one, or I'm not sure how you guys. do it.
Well, I have an initial question that might guide the discussion,
Mhm.
and that is, what happens if we say no?
So we would have to, yeah, and maybe from legal standpoint, Brandon can address that, but from a design standpoint, we would have to. We would have to hire another design consultant to finish the design, but we can utilize the design we have to date, which is about 30%. It always adds time and money when you do that, but it is an option. And we may have to procure someone, or we may be able to use existing contracts for that, I don't know. So from that standpoint, I think that's kind of an option that we have.
So from a legal perspective, we would terminate the contract, in which we're more than able to do. We have to pay for any work incurred under the rates agreed to at the time of the existing contract, but we would have no problem terminating this contract.
Will they negotiate? I mean, you clearly aren't in favor of two of them.
Yeah, it's kind of clear, I think, partially, I think they're willing to walk away from it, and I think partially they're willing to negotiate it as well, so. I think it depends on how much we're willing to negotiate and see to what they're requesting, so it's hard to say. But they do feel very justified in these requests. But I have spoken to them and giving, the town's stance and perspective on this as well, just based mostly on past relationships with other consultants and stuff too. And we have a lot of experience doing this, so. I don't know.
Do you have any idea what you're talking about with the to be determined dollars?
Let me see which one was that.
That's the 2024 rates.
Yeah, no, I can't, I mean, I put in. I included in the packet their 2021 rates and their 2023 rates, and. We could do some like guessing, based on like how they went from 21 to 22, how they, how much they increased each year. We can maybe do an evaluation and guess, but I don't think they have their 2024 rates available. I did request 2023 rates from other consultants to do a comparison, and I'm still waiting to hear from one. I did hear from one, but I wanted two, so I'm waiting on them to see if they are higher than the other one.
The Horrocks is higher than the other consultant. And are they telling you that they're losing money on this project?
Yes. So I think, I do agree that we did cause a delay to this project. They thought they would have had design completed by now, and then only been doing some oversight with construction. So that's something I do agree with. We delayed because we didn't have the alignment sorted out, and we didn't have budget. So I think that's why staff recommendation is saying, yes, maybe we should consider going to their 2023 rates for the remainder of the contract without going retro and without assessing in 2024 and 2025, like just moving forward with updated rates. But so we do have some responsibility on our end too.
Sure, because there's an opportunity cost for them, right? Okay. So, Mayor Pro Tem, I know you have a number of comments. Before we start getting into a discussion, are there any other questions? Yes?
Yes, could you please remind me how much, so I'm just looking at the estimated construction costs, like I'm assuming that this design phase is on top of the construction costs, right? This is in addition to.
Yes, just to design
This is
the
just,
project.
so we're looking at $432,000 just to design it, and
Yes.
another 900,000 for construction.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And can you remind me how much of that is covered?
How much is?
So within the funding that we have available, we still are within that budget with these adjustments, but we do have other undetermined costs that I do have contingency too in the overall budget, so we still have that contingency, a 10% contingency included in that budget number. And so with this, we're down to like $7,000 for any other costs. There's some environmental things that we're running into that we're gonna have to, I know is gonna be an added cost to the project. We're gonna have to mitigate for wetlands. We're gonna have to mitigate for the Pebbles Mouse. Historic, we may have to do some mitigation for what they call adverse effect to the ditches. I don't know about that yet. So, and then just, the crossing agreements, there's just some undetermined costs, so but we're still within budget with this. Generally, in past projects, your design is 25 to 30% of your construction costs. In this case, it's 50%.
When we first started doing the flood projects, we always budgeted 20% for design. Since COVID, it has gone to about 30, 33, and this is 50.
And it's a 65% increase that they are asking for.
From what they contracted.
Yes. So here's my concern is I have a lot of opinions on this, and I'm wondering if we're getting into a negotiation discussion that we really should be doing this in executive session. So I'm actually going to make the proposal that we move to executive session to hash this out. And then that way you have direction at the end.
Either that, or it can be open as well. I mean, it doesn't have to be a negotiation. It can just be direction to staff as well.
Well,
Unless
there's
you
some
wanna
things
talk
that,
right up.
there's things in here that I think are reasonable, and there's some that's absolutely not. And then there's some that I'm like, that's double dipping. In my opinion. So I don't know. I'm open to
As
suggestions.
the attorney,
Yeah, I think it's up to you guys. I mean, I agree with Administrator Simonson that doesn't necessarily need to be an executive session. I think honestly, I think it might be a decent idea to have it in public session, send a message. If your feeling about this is the same as mine. They seem to think that the board might have a different opinion than staff on some of these things. So
okay, really up to you if it's a true negotiation or if it's not a negotiation, it really is. This is our discussion and direction. That's a little different.
My opinion is let's have the discussion in an open session.
Let's go.
Yeah. Okay, so before we start though, are there any other questions before I know you're dying to dive in?
Does it affect timeline if we don't go with them?
It absolutely could, because you'd have to start all over with a new consultant, and we do have that deadline to go to ad next July, and if we miss that, then we would probably lose all the funding.
We would lose Dr. Cog funding.
And essentially, we have not had any movement and design on this since probably May because of this.
Under negotiations.
Because
So
of
roughly how long would it take to, right?
So if we can utilize our existing town engineer consort, then we could probably seriously within a few weeks, get them on board and utilize them as finishing the design.
does Consor have the technical capabilities to do that?
Absolutely, they do. I did speak with them today.
Okay.
And they do have the expertise for it. Or we can go out for procurement, and I think it would be a minimum of 2 to 4 weeks that you have to post it. So that takes, it's like a 6 to 8 week total process. If we reposted it, got in your proposal, scored, and then getting it back to the board. So that's usually the 6 to 8 week process.
But Consort could take this on now.
There are on-call engineers, so when we have projects
In their contract.
that we can, I mean, we can turn to them. We always try to go out and do this, you know,
Be competitive.
to be competitive, but they are there as our on-call when we need them.
And what would they charge for this then?
They're working on an estimate right now. I was playing phone tag, so I finally got a hold of them today. And I said, would you guys be able to do this? Do you have the bandwidth? And if so, could you give us an estimate? So I just provided information to them today, but they felt like they would be interested in giving us a number. So,
Is there any of this that our internal engineer can do? Justin?
no, Justin's on the,
Oh, Justin's up there. Sorry,
Yeah.
Justin, I just looking at the scope, is there anything of this that you can do in-house?
Sorry, the audio is really choppy on my end.
Okay. Attorney Timmon?
Yeah, well,
Go ahead.
Justin's trying to get his audio straightened out. Will using Consor affect all the eligibility for reimbursement? The fact that it wasn't procured?
they were actually procured appropriately. That's why they were able to design the Broadway project.
Okay,
So I would have to consult with CDOT, but CDOT did allow us not to go out to full procurement for design for Broadway because we did procure Consor appropriately. So
okay.
I believe they would be eligible, so I think we wouldn't. But I think, I think you could, Justin or Doles could work in conjunction with Consor, but generally you do want your consultants, like they're gonna stamp the plans and take on the liability and stuff. And so generally we do want them to do the bulk of the work and take that responsibility for the design. And kind of warranty and stuff like that, so.
And what are Consort's rates relative to Horrocks rates? Just like ballpark.
Hourly wise?
Yeah.
They were probably somewhere between $15 to $20 less per hour on some of it.
Mhm.
10 to 20, I would say less per hour.
So what's that percentage wise?
I didn't totally work out that percentage yet, but
But is that significant? 10%?
yeah.
Well, it could be significant.
Yeah,
It might be
yeah.
less hours.
Yeah.
I have a spreadsheet.
Sorry?
Or more.
Well, or more, but. Like, this is a gravel trail. We're not building a highway.
I know.
What is this coming out to be cost per linear foot?
I don't know. I think, the biggest challenges we are having is with environmental. I do have to say that we changed the design of the crossings. At first, they were all gonna be ped crossings, and then we changed them to box culvert. So it's like a concrete box that sets into the ditch. And then we presented it to the ditch companies. 2 of them said that was fine, but the Highland Ditch said, no, we do not want to be, because it's a maintenance issue for them. So they want to go back to the pedestrian crossing. So part of the request is they have a sub that does the structural piece, which is the concrete, the box culverts and the crossings. And they're coming back and asking, they're the ones asking for the 73,000. And so we are questioning that a bit because they did the original design back in 2018. So they have some of that design already. Some of it's new, but some of it's old. So we are requesting a little more clarification on that for sure. So that's a big chunk.
Yeah, for something they've already done.
Right. But things do change. So that's some of our big challenges, environmental, the structural pieces. For some reason, there was no drainage or floodplain work done in this project originally, so that's been added. So we were going to use the 100% design from 2018 for CDOT's 30% review. And then when CDOT looked at them, they had some other requests. So that's why Corex ended up having to do more work on the 30% than they had planned. And so that's why they were asking for the additional scope for 30% design. But in the past, sometimes you have, they have like what they call tasks in their contract to complete, and they have hours and rates and like a total for each task.
Yeah.
Sometimes you end up coming under budget on some tasks, and so you can rearrange your budget around to cover, maybe you went over. So that's what I had suggested in the beginning when because they're not even they've only expended half their current contract, like $140,000. So I asked if we could just wait till we're like further into the budget of their contract and then talk about adding more fee for the additional scope, and they weren't willing to do that. They want to be paid for the work that they did for 30%. Who knows, they could come in under 90% or, we already know the right of way, we have right of way scope in there. We're not gonna need it. We're not gonna use that portion, so.
So do they bill actuals or not?
Yeah, they do send in, their invoices have hours for each of their, who worked on it, and they can provide notes of what the work was
So
done.
if they're billing actuals, then why, I don't understand why they're asking for additional money for scope, because
They've been paid.
they're being paid their hourly rate, so it doesn't make any sense.
It's probably because it's a not to exceed contract, right? So they're looking at what remaining in the contract, and they think they're going to exceed it. So they want to increase this, the overall contract amount by changing the scope. And really the scope is the only way to change that contract, which makes the retroactive, requests all the more egregious.
Oh, that's absurd. That is the most absurd thing I've ever seen in a contract.
The retro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe we've ever done that
Like,
before.
who does that?
Yeah.
And it's sort of, I'm sort of insulted that they would even try to ask for that.
Should we look at the summary of requested
should we go
items
through each
and
item?
talk about those?
Yeah, let's go through each item and then,
We can.
I know
decide.
Mayor Pro Tem has ideas.
Well, you're kind of starting to get to some of my stuff, but I mean, that retroactive price is smaller than the 37,000, 30% price. So part of me is like, well, I'll give you the 12 and forget the 37. But anyway, please continue.
Okay. All right, well, let's maybe go down the list. So the first thing that they're requesting is to adjust. So when they signed the contract in December of 2021, we agreed to their 2021 rates for the term of the contract till June 30th, 2023. So that was just this year.
Okay.
That was what it was agreed to. It was a not to exceed. But the project was delayed, so they're not finished with design as they had anticipated. They thought they would have design complete in 2022. And then they would just have construction administrative services left, which means like when you're in construction, if the contractor has questions about the design or anything, they can go back and respond to the question. So they felt that by this time they would just be doing construction, which is minimal hours and stuff. So the bulk of their work and payment was supposed to be in 2022 at the 2021 rates. So we did delay that by about a year. So staff does feel it would be reasonable to allow the 2023 rates moving forward until the remaining term of the contract, which is now February, I believe February of 2025. So that's their first request, is they're saying it'll be additional 23,000 in addition to finish the scope of the project. But they are also saying we have to finish design by the end of the year, because otherwise they want us to assess the rates again in 2024.
Is it reasonable to finish design by the end of the year?
Well, I think you can finish design, but environmental clearances will not be complete. And so you're taking a little bit of chance that you may have to do some rework to your design and mitigation is required.
And so if that were the case, could Consor do that rework?
Well, the design consultant who is designing and stamping those plans has to do that work.
Okay.
I did ask them for a schedule. I mean, they're asking the town to take on the liability. If it's not, if there, if there are things that come up later and now we're gonna have to pay more money to redo design and things like that. So I have tried to push back a little and said, why don't you guys provide us with a schedule of what you think is reasonable to finish design and environmental clearances and stuff, and I have yet to receive a schedule on that. That's generally how we work. When we hire a consultant, we ask them to provide us a schedule.
Yeah.
And along with their fee and all that, so.
Okay.
So any questions on that one? So the next one, they want to be retroactively paid for the 2023 rates for the work they've completed this year to the beginning of the year. So that's the $12,000.
I'm heard no. Yeah, absolutely not.
And then again, if we do not finish the majority of the design by the end of the year, they would like us to consider their 2024 rates to continue the rest of the design or any kind of work required in 2024. And this is something we have not done with any contract that we've had in the past, so that's why staff recommendation is not supporting that.
No, the rates are the rates. You agree to a rate, you're taking a risk. I mean.
I would also add, I think it would not be illegal for us to agree to a black box rate. I mean, if they want to increase their rates, then come back and ask for it. Would be my legal opinion of what is required.
And that's what I did mention to them, that there's nothing saying they can't come back next year and ask for us to consider the 2024 rates, but I think they're wanting us to build into the contract that, or the amendment that we will assess and implement new rates next year.
Maybe the feedback then should be, we would be willing to consider it if they so request. But
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah.
Before we go on, did we get back to Justin? He had some audio.
Oh,
problems,
Justin,
so
yeah.
to speak.
Justin, you were having audio issues. One of the questions was, is there any of this work that you feel comfortable doing in-house?
It's relatively simple and, yeah, I have a fair amount of experience. It's more of a bandwidth. I don't think, given the requirements that go into a CDOT submittal, it would pretty much take 100% of my time.
Which even if you took a whole year would be
Cheaper.
nowhere.
Be cheaper. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we wanted to, if Consort has the ability and if there's anything here that we might be able to reduce by you doing it. Like the SUI investigation, no?
No, that's special. I don't know, Justin, do you have any background, or usually it's a contracted, like you, especially equipment and stuff are only in. No.
Especially with the new state requirements, that's usually contracted out.
Yeah, exactly. It would really make sense for the design consultant to route that through them.
Okay. Okay. Structural design for the ditch. One cost.
So, well, it's for all the crossing, it's for all of it, because we did change the design from head to box culvert. And now one of them switching back. So this is one that we are trying to get a little more clarification on the scope, and I believe Justin's doing a little research on this to see if we can reduce the scope or fee a little bit. So this one, I think we can negotiate somewhat, but it still is very, seems high. They already have 16,000 in their contract for this work, and now they want an additional 73,000.
I would ask to see their billables.
They did give me a spreadsheet of the tasks that would include, and some of it is duplicative of what the 16,000, so I did ask about that. And then, like I said, Justin's doing a little bit of research to see if some of the things they're saying they have to do is necessary.
I mean, it seems like, you know, overall, the fact that we feel like we need to investigate what these folks are doing is really disappointing, because I would hope for more of a partnership with a firm that's asking us for this much money.
Yeah,
Is it possible to carve this one piece out? To me, that's like, that's like a year's salary for someone for work that they think they can do in 2 or 3 months. You know what I mean? So is it possible that just the structural for the ditch, or will that not work? 'Cause it all has to be signed and stamped by the same person?
well, the structural signs the structural portion.
Yeah,
and
I
then
mean, could
But it
Consort
ha-
Structural do that piece and they do?
They
everything else?
don't have structural, Consort contracts that out.
Cause that's the piece they can't do.
Yeah, they would have to contract that out too.
It just seems like if this is gonna be done in by the end of the year, that is a lot for that amount of time.
I mean, Consort can go out and get pricing from other structural consultants and maybe see if they can get a better price, and we can launch off of the amount of design we have now. I just don't know. I'd have to see their numbers, see if it's feasible.
Well, what percent of this has already been done, the structural design for the ditch crossings?
She said
They're 30%.
30%.
And then, so that one, I think we could do a little more research and get a little more information and see if we can negotiate that better. The environmental, I think that has grown in scope as well, because we had existing environmental clearances, but so many years have passed, and so, and taking it to CDOT, to the different agencies and CDOT, they're saying, no, you need to redo your historic review, you need to redo, all these reviews, and so this keeps growing as well. So I do, and this is a sub as well. I do feel like we might just double check her original scope with you, but I know we've added scope on this, so I do think it is.
That makes sense, and that looks like a reasonable number for something like that.
Yeah, I think she's already, you're probably, I think 18,000 we've already expended on environmental. And then the sub-utility, that's investigating existing utilities, so they take machines and they hold down and locate that utility. We're just having problems confirming, especially where we put in the new force main, the new sewer line that we did to the eastern corridor. Some of the plans are not, like the as-built and plans are not lining up, and so we just want to make sure we're not going to hit a utility with the abutments of the peg crossing, so we do feel, so we did add that in as well, that we want to make sure, so that's the $12,000 for confirming utilities. It's gonna save you more money later.
Sounds like money well spent, yeah.
Mhm. And then finally, the last thing was the 30% design. So again, it is correct that they did more work than they anticipated on 30% because we thought we could use the existing plans for that. However, like I mentioned, we're only halfway, 50% through their contract, so you never know if we're gonna come in under the other tasks and move budget around, but they're not open to doing that because they feel like they did this work, they should be paid for this work, even though the other tasks haven't even been touched yet, So anyway, they feel this is work that they did and we should be paid for. I mean, we paid it.
Right, it's already been paid for.
We paid it. But they want it amended and added to the scope to increase the contract.
Oh. There's an invoice. Have we received, we gave them the money.
Yes, we paid it.
So. Yeah, no. I mean, that's a no.
So that's all, and I don't know, Justin, do you have anything to add to any of these that I may not have mentioned or given perspective on from a consultant side?
Yeah, sorry, my phone was breaking up, so I didn't hear everything. Yeah, I would just, and I'm sure this was discussed, but yeah, I definitely find this request a little out of the ordinary from my consulting days, and then yeah, I don't know if you guys mentioned, but it seems like environmental and permitting is kind of the critical path from a timeline standpoint.
We're just putting it all in. It's all in there, environment.
Yeah, once we get environmental, then we'll know what type of permits that we'll have to acquire. Anything you want to add on the structural side too, Justin? As far as what we're researching, or just that we feel like we might be able to negotiate a little more?
Yeah, one thing that's seems like maybe it's a little over the top, or I shouldn't say that, but anyway, is that the two of the ditch crossings are box culverts, which CDOT has standard details for. So there's not really a lot of design that goes into one of those. It's just kind of presenting a geometry on a plan sheet. So not real clear where the structural costs come into that design. And then on the bridge crossing, it's a manufactured bridge, which usually the bridge manufacturer provides that design and load rating. So I'm not sure why there's much time there. So I don't know if it's a miscommunication between us or not, but I think maybe there's a chance to kind of reduce the structural scope there. In the grand scheme of things, though, we're maybe taking that 70,000 down 20,000 or something. I don't know, I'm just speculating. So it's not huge in the overall discussion, but yeah, it does seem like maybe there's more being presented that needs to be done than what I'm actually used to encountering that would need to be done.
So when are they expecting an answer?
So basically, we're kind of on hold with any work until we get this resolved.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
They've just said we're stopping work
Yes.
until, so
So for the most part, they can't, so right now we need the 30% funds for Highlandage to get their feedback. And so we need the SUE work done to do that. 30% to change those new, what they call plan sheets or design sheets. So without the SUE, but I think, I was trying to negotiate, maybe we can go ahead and approve the SUE, the environmental, now,
And the
so we
rec-
can keep moving forward.
And the 2023 rate.
And the 2023 rate to keep moving forward. I don't know if there's other design, because they do have comments back from the other two ditches and from CDOT on the 30%. So I'm not sure if there's other things they could be doing, but it's just not clear at this time because now the engineer that we're working with is not available. They've moved her off the project. So it's just, we've been dealing with a new person on all of this. So it's unclear to me if they're really stopped because of this, or if they're really just stopped because they don't want to move forward until this is resolved. It's not clear, but
Brandon, is this, according to the current terms of the contract, is it even legal for them to stop work?
I've told
Because-
Tracy that I believe that there's potentially a breach of contract claim here. I mean, based on what's going on.
They can't just stop work because they suddenly decide they want more money.
Yeah, I agree.
That's part of the reason we're here. Tracy's been working really diligently with this
I believe
group, and they're kind of at a point where they're saying, we're not gonna continue. So we said, well, we need to take this to the board. We don't have authority to approve.
Can I
$69,000.
recommend that we start with the 3 and see if we're in agreement?
okay.
So the 23,868 for the remaining work at this new rate. I'm good with that one. The 10,440 for the environmental investigation and the 12,000 for the SUI. That's 46,000 if I did my math relatively close. To me, that's a fine amendment to make to this project. I have that makes sense.
I don't know with the structural. I don't know if they're gonna expect that too as well for the pedestrian.
Well, first, maybe, why don't we start?
Mhm.
Do you have, is there consensus for those three?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I would, those three.
Okay, so start, we got that. And then now we go to the discussion of the 73. Is that okay for you, for me to make that
Sure.
suggestion?
Can I comment on that? I don't understand why we can't go back to the original plans if they've already planned for pedestrian bridge. Why can't we go back to those? plans?
Highland Ditch won't accept a box culvert.
No, I understand, but there's at least one that they want as a pedestrian bridge, right? And that design was already.
Trustee
Completed.
Daddy is correct. The original plans had a pedestrian
Yeah,
bridge.
so-
So yeah, I
Is
think
there, yeah.
that's a question that I have too, is like, you saying this sub already designed that.
Right.
We might have to adjust a little around the utilities. So I'm not really sure. And so that's why I'm like, asking, like Justin's looking into it a little more. So that's something that we do want to push back on.
Because it's not like they have to start from scratch, right? They have something to go from.
Mhm.
I mean, it sounds to me like they're just trying to hold us hostage, which is not a great way to do business.
And I do feel like there's a chance that there will be more costs requested in the future because they have hinted that there could be more requests.
And so when do we think we're gonna hear from Consor on a bid?
Soon, next couple weeks.
Maybe, I don't know how, let me check in with them tomorrow and see how quickly they think they can turn something around. I don't know if they could get some by the end of the week or if they'll need a week or two. Go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead, Attorney Denman.
My recommendation would be we set the timeline, right? I mean, kind of given the posture it's been given, I think that we say, we discuss with the board, here's what the board's willing to do. We're willing to agree to those three items and maybe agree to the structural if we can come to an agreement what the actual scope of that is, rather than what they've said. But we need an answer whether this is something you're willing to work with, or whether we need to go find a new contractor and you have 2 weeks to figure it out, or whatever the board decides. But I think just trying to leave it open-ended is just, we're just getting strung along and run out of time, right? And, spend more money in the long run. And so we need to know if they're willing to do this or not. And if they're not, then we need to find somebody else.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Does that make sense, Tracy?
I'm sorry.
Right, so note to that we would present these three things to continue their work.
Okay.
And are they willing to work with this as we work through some structural issues? If not,
Yeah, okay, so
And you have, I say give them 10 days. 10 business days to decide whether they want to work with us or not, and if they say no, in the meantime, you're getting the bid from Consor.
tell them
And-
so. And we all their drawings belong to us, even if they're not stamped.
Yeah.
They're all ours.
It's work for hire.
And if they don't want to give them to us, then, again, breach of contract, and we have a lot more to go after them than just that, so.
Okay, so let me just clarify on the very first item, the 23,000 for the remainder of the work, they're going to press that they get the design done by the end of the year with the town taking on the liability of rework. Do we want to do that, or do we want to take the position of this is just for the remainder of the work through the end of the contract, regardless if it's completed in 23, 24, or 25?
I think it's the remainder of the contract, we contract for a rate and that's the rate, but that's just me, I mean, other people might.
Yeah, I don't think we can legally agree to a black box, right? If they want us to agree to rates, they need to present those now or come back to us later on. There's no ability for us to say, we'll agree to whatever it is in the future.
Right, so we're essentially just agreeing that from now till the end of the contract, we're agreeing to the 2023 rates.
Which is higher than the original rate.
Right,
Yeah.
yes.
But they are also saying that they will only do work through the end of 2023,
At that rate.
at that rate.
Okay, that'll be their decision then.
Well, then they will need, the term of the contract will either need to be into the end of this year, or they're on the hook for it. So that's the only, legally, that's the only way this can work. And if they decide they're gonna stop work at the end of 2023, they don't like their rates, that's a breach of contract. Again, if it's, the term is.
That's why we're doing this here, is because you're getting the advice from the people we take directions from to say we are not going to agree to an open-ended increase in 2024.
Yeah,
And
I
not that we
understand that,
can't.
but they're saying if they get the design done by the end of the year, here's their question: is the town comfortable in accepting of risk associated with concurrently finalizing design and the environmental and potential for environmental to be finalized after design? So they're asking us to accept the risk that they can finish the design, but the environmental clearances will not be done, and that they might have to go back for an additional cost to make adjustments to the design in 2024. Well, therefore, they will probably ask for more fee.
If there's
they're-
additional scope that's needed, they can come back to the board and ask for approval before they complete the additional scope. And that's the way this contracting process works.
Okay, but we're designing without having environmental clearances.
Well, is that a definite? If we're putting 12 or 10 grand into environmental,
Right.
will
Well,
something be back by then?
Yeah, so
Unlikely.
that's the thing. So once you do environmental reports, you send it to CDOT, they send them to the agencies, which is like Colorado Parks and
Yep.
Wildlife.
Yep.
SHPO, which is State Historic Office, and you gotta wait for them to come back, and that can take months. So, yeah, Horace can probably get the design done without environmentals, but if environmental takes longer, then next year there will be more, they might have to make adjustments. So they're asking
Understand.
if we're willing to take that risk.
Yep.
The risk is that they're gonna have to come and ask for an amendment before they perform the rework design. That's just standard contracting. I don't want to, they're not gonna agree now to say, well, we're
It
gonna
doesn't-
pay for it.
It doesn't feel like a huge risk. It feels like
It's not
normal
how it
business.
works.
And the contract's already through part of next year, isn't it? The
Well,
contract.
and we have to be at final approved design by July,
Yeah.
or we lose our Dr. Cochran.
Mhm.
So really, this contract's through July, including the time for them to do this environmental.
Yeah.
It's through 2025, because we want to keep them on through construction in case there's any design questions from the contractor. So it's called request for information. The contractor can ask for clarification on design if something doesn't look right. So you usually keep on your consultant through the end, and then when you're finished with your project, they do what they call as-built, so they record exactly how it was built, and they do that for you as well. So they are contracted.
But it obviously doesn't have any teeth if the utility lines we put in have an as-built and they're not there. Why are we going back to those people and saying, you find the lines, you guaranteed it? Yeah, I know, yeah, these
I mean,
days.
you can,
Yeah.
it costs money. That's the answer, right? I mean, you have a claim there, but it's gonna cost money to enforce.
And then if you have changes, like if you get in the field and you find some historic thing and you have to go around, then they're there to fix the
Guide you.
design. They can redo the design, shoot and stamp it and say, this is where you should go now. So anyway, okay, as long as we're willing, they're saying they can get if they provide a schedule or they can get the design done by the end of the year, we're willing to do the 2020 rates and the design completed by the end of the
If
year.
we need to go back to it, that's fine in 2024, but it will need to come before the board.
Okay.
It's a contract, they go longer.
But right now, we're still only at $46,000 to 400,000.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
Okay, the retroactive is,
Absolutely not.
okay. And then the 2024 rates, they will just have to come back and ask.
Yeah.
Okay,
If we're still in the contract.
okay.
Well, but I want to be clear, it's not 2024 rates starting in January. Because this goes to July of 2024, so it's really
Till
February
2025.
That's the whole point, is they're asking us to agree to pay a higher rate and we don't even know what that rate
When
is.
we awarded this as,
2022.
well, no, this as a.
Not to
project,
exceed contract.
If we knew they were gonna do that, it may not have been them.
Right.
So no, this is not how you do business
No,
in this government setting.
in any setting.
Well, they can do it wherever, but we can't do that.
So I guess, but my concern then is I don't want to be in a position that we're doing this again
I know.
in January. So a part of me is ready to say, forget it all, if that's gonna be their MO, and we immediately switch over to a different contract. The one you were mentioning.
I think that's why we need to be, that's why we need to put a timeline on them. That's when you make it clear to them that everything they're gonna get, then they press on the board and it's not guaranteed. And if they're not okay with that, we'll terminate the contract right now.
What timeline would you recommend?
10
I
days.
said 10 days.
That's
Yeah,
the 10 days.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with you.
we're testing to see how serious they are. I mean, really, because the impression I'm getting, I like you, why would we be doing this? We're gonna come back, trying to rewrite the whole contract in 6 months. What's the point of having a 5-year contract?
What's the point of having a contract at all?
Right,
Yeah. So what are you wanting within the 10 days?
their response.
Okay.
And I think really the impression I'm getting from the board is take it or leave it too. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
And we can, Brandon, we can work with you tomorrow on verbiage and all that.
Yep.
We just really need more we just need the basic direction from you guys. So no to retro pay.
So there's, and then the structural, you would like us to do a
73,000.
little more research on that and come back to you on direction for that.
Yeah, because I think trustee Dati had a great point in that if that pedestrian crossing has been designed, why are they charging us to design it again?
Let's go back and look at that design.
So either that number needs to come down and that does need to come down. And we need to get a comparable from another firm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
better justification for
want?
what it covers.
Okay,
Mhm.
but in the meantime, they have 3 other things they can be working on.
Yep.
That's
Figure it
right.
out in the next 10 days. We'll do it in 10 days too, tell them. We'll give ourselves 10 days.
Okay, so the environmental's yes, the SGV is yes. But the 30% design, additional scope and fee. Revisit at a later time, once we're further into the contract. Or do you guys wanna?
But I thought we've already paid for the 30%.
We have, but they're saying we still have this much more work to do.
Sure.
So on top of already doing this work, we have this much more to do, so the total contract to do it all is gonna cost this much. So they're estimating how much more, yes.
And we've agreed that the next 3 things we're paying for at
Yes,
their new rate.
but they should be working towards 90% design now, and so they're saying that that's cutting into their 90% design cost estimate and scope, fee.
Right.
Yeah, so that's their perspective on it. So just-
They're saying they didn't pay them enough to pay the 2021 rate, but they really want the 2023 rate, so they're upping it by $37,000.
But they're also saying that they did added work that wasn't in their original contract, and they did.
And why did they?
Because so in good faith, they went ahead and did that extra work. And we did pay them for it in good faith. But they're saying, we still have this much more work to do, and it's gonna cost this much, and we did this on top of that, so the total should really be this now.
That would come up in the 90%.
Well, they should have known this earlier and done a scope change earlier. You don't do a scope change after the fact.
And that's why we're paying the 23,868.
That's for the fee, that's for the change in fee.
Oh, but that's, to me, that's the intent.
No, that's just their hourly fee change.
I
Not
understand,
the added scope change.
I understand, but it's at today's dollar amount than what it was 2 years ago.
But they're saying that there's on top of the fee change, they also did additional work. And so now they want to be paid for this.
Additional work.
Supposed
even though
additional
they'll get
work.
Paid between the 30 and the 90.
It'll be in there.
It should be in.
Brandon's got something.
Yeah, Attorney Dittman.
so Tracy, I understand that they are saying that they did additional scope, which wasn't included in the original bid. So they want to layer it on top, basically make sure they get paid for the full amount now. My question is though, you said there's stuff in the scope that are not doing, that there's subtractions from the overall scope. And so what my thought is they should subtract those things they're not doing from whatever this additional scope is, and the net should be what's added, if anything.
And show
Yeah.
us.
Yeah, and show us your work. And let's talk about it when the contract is complete. Because there's no way to know before the contract is complete what they didn't have to do.
Yeah, see, I think I agree with that. Sometimes some other tasks might come in under budget. So usually we wait till we're like 80% into the contract and then
Yep.
Then we'll work with the consultant before the end and they'll say, hey, we've done all this added work. We've got only so much left. We believe there's, and then we make an adjustment to the contract. So that's how we usually do it. And that's what I try to negotiate with them, to wait till we're further into their contract versus 50%, like maybe 75, 80%. And they weren't agreeable to it. So I could just say the direction, if it's the board's direction, I can just come back and say we're willing to review and address this request once we're further into the contract.
Yeah, that's, I mean, that's the way it's done, that's reasonable.
I'm curious, do we know whether these contractors have worked with government agencies before?
Yes, they have
We've worked
an
with them a
extensive
while.
background with CDOT. However, even though we have CDOT funding, this is not a CDOT project. This is what they call local agency project. So it has some different aspects to it that you wouldn't normally see in a government contract. Like normally in a government contract, you might have an assessment of your fee every year and those type. So I think they're also taking the perspective of this as a federally funded CDOT project. We do have federal money, but this is a local agency project.
And do they really understand that? Like, we don't have these unlimited federal funds that we can just throw at them?
I have told them that we don't have these big reserves and that kind of things. And we're not using CDOT contracting or contracts. We're using our own. CDOT approved our contract, they reviewed, make sure it had some minimal things in there, but this isn't. So, yeah, they're just taking, I feel like a hard stance on this being like a CDOT federal contract or project. And it's a little different when it's local agency, but they do have a lot of background in federal and government stuff, but they're taking a hard line on the government side of it at a federal level, and this is the local agency. So there's some exceptions there.
So maybe they don't have a lot of experience with local agencies.
Maybe not.
They're getting it. So do you feel like you have enough direction, Tracy?
Yeah, maybe you can set a call. Yep, I believe so.
Okay. Thanks for bringing this to us. I hope you don't feel like we attacked the messenger at all.
No, not at all. This helps me out a lot. It's like, in some decisions, I don't want to be left to staff to decide.
Yeah, this is a lot of money we're talking about.
Mhm.
So, yeah, okay, all right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, look forward to an update. All right, so let's move on to trustee reports. We'll start with trustee Williams.
Nothing.
Okay, questions for trustee Williams? Trustee Delman.
I have nothing.
All right. Mayor, questions for trustee Delman? Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't have a lot, but the PCDC met and they were really talking a little bit more about the housing report that's being done. And by the way, I highly recommend if you haven't done it, it's a map and you just, put in your little comments and it's fascinating reading what everybody else has done. You can give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down. It's actually, it felt like a game. It is.
Yeah.
So
It's a game.
please take the time to do it. Actually, that would be great. Okay, so really, I just want to reiterate this because I think that there might be some confusion that this is not just we need affordable housing and this kind should go there and that kind could go there and how much or whatever. It's not necessarily about that. This is really also meant to be a guideline for us to revising our codes so that we can give
end result.
Yes, the end result, so that we can give builders a better understanding of what we want within our community. Because right now our codes are really minimal on this. So builders could come in, be nefarious and sneaky, or really not really understand what it is that we're trying to achieve and what our limits are. So this is to help us with that. So I think that's an important distinction that needed to be recommunicated. And just out of an interesting point, our current
AMI in Boulder County is now 124,000 per household. So it's kind of a crazy number. Okay, so there was that. And then something that I just wanted to bring up. I happened to notice, you know, I used to be able to sit at the Stone Cup and now it's Moxie. And you look up at the hill and it took a really long time to try to figure out which cell phone tower distinction between a tree and what was a cell phone tower. Yeah, that was a long time ago. Now they look like cell phone towers. And I know, don't we have rules that were around them needing to make these things look as much like trees? Well, it looks like it's kind of the balloons have fallen off of the cell phone towers. And so I just didn't know, because we
So
reviewed,
it will depend if it's on Boulder County
Yeah.
space.
And I think
but I
that's
think on the
Brandon's
private
purview, so.
property insisted.
Brandon?
Yeah, so if it is within the town limits, there is a condition on their approval that it be a camouflage site. So if it's no longer a camouflage site, it's technically a zoning violation.
Well,
That's
Why
kind
don't
of,
we
debatable.
reach out and
It's
tell them?
really noticeable.
it's noticeable,
Yeah.
right? And before I used to sit there and I'd be like, no, wait, where it is?
Yeah.
And it doesn't, you know, but now you can really see it. So I think that has not been maintained. So I just wanted to bring that up. And that's all I have.
All right. Trustee Eddie.
The UAB did not meet. They meet this Wednesday. Victoria, we did get an email from the principal of the high school.
Yeah.
He's got 10 kids lined up to be in the student advisory committee. So he's gone through the high school. He's really engaged. But did you get back to him?
I haven't even, I just saw that.
Okay, so yeah, we just need to email him because they all want to know how they apply.
Okay.
So, so they're getting started.
Okay.
I talked to him, once about it. He was really engaged. He thought it was a great idea. So I would like to go back to the request of, I would like to find like a year-long project for them to do instead of just, here's an agenda this week about whatever the topic of the day is. So if we do get 10 to 12 kids showing up continuously, there's gotta be some continuity throughout the year. Or else they just giggle and laugh the whole time, which is fine too.
I think that's fun
So,
for you.
well, I just sit in the back and just like, yeah, these are the days.
Yeah.
So any ideas?
I have an idea. For Sunday, I would love to invite them to this. I would love to send them the schedule of events, if that's something that we can.
I will forward you the principal's email.
Great.
And if you can just talk to him and try to have the kids that want to sign up, because they won't be signed up by Sunday. So.
No, but we can invite them.
They can invite.
We
yeah,
can
you
invite them to
and
join us.
give
But in
t-shirts
terms
and
of a
stuff. Yeah.
year-long project, though, I think is what.
Yeah, but as far as, I was hoping you had an idea for your own project. Oh yeah, we do need to do something, or else it's just gonna kind of fizzle.
Trustee Edding, I'll look back in my notes. Something came up and it was recommended that would be a great project for the Student Advisory Commission. I just can't remember now, but I'll
Yeah.
follow up. I remember.
I think we've come up with like, activities, because we know we closed the parks at sunset.
One of them was what could they do after hours?
What could there
So
be
I'll go
after
back
hours
and-
activities?
And then maybe a graffiti wall? Maybe
A graffiti wall?
work
Um,
towards
that's
somewhere
great,
that
yeah.
would be appropriate. I would like to run this, I should have done it already, but I'd like to run it by Planner Kimmett. He is very creative. He's got a really good handle on things that need to occur in town. And I think he can come up with something.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. So anything, it could be a lot of fun too. It
Oh, of
really works. And having the previous principal didn't seem to care at all. So, so this guy, Principal Frank seems really good.
Yeah.
So,
That's good to hear.
then I was gonna bring up one other thing. I don't know if people, been watching, or on Netflix, there's a series on blue zones.
Yeah.
And, those are areas in the country in which, or areas in the world in which people live to 100, right?
Did you know that I'm season 4? I was a city manager of Alberta, Minnesota. when we
So
were-
so you were a part of Project Blue Zone?
I was, yeah, they're original in the United States. Yeah.
So what would it take for Lions to be a part of Project Blue Zone?
I have always wanted Lions to be a blue zones, always. And the founder of it is an avid bicyclist. And so I was like, he needs to come here
Yeah,
and check us out. But
Oh, so you know him?
Oh, first, yeah, absolutely. I have his phone number now.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that would be,
It's,
Yeah.
you know what, it was a project that during all this other recovery stuff, we never had. You know, the bandwidth, it takes a lot of energy to convert your community to a blue zone, but I think Lyons is primed to be a
Oh,
blue
yeah.
zone. For those who don't know what that is, it's to how to increase your longevity based on 9 lifestyle changes.
Could you send us all a link?
Sure.
Sure.
But yeah, I was season 4, watch season 4. I was the town manager, city
you
manager.
were in season 4?
I haven't watched it yet. I just got contacted and said, hey, we're season 4.
Oh, okay, because
But
I
you were
watched season
filming
1, 2,
for
and
it.
3.
Oh, we did it, yeah.
All right, so I haven't gotten to season
Okay.
4 yet. Okay.
Okay, yeah, so blue zones are, yeah, areas around the world where people, instead of living to 80, live to 100 usually. And so there's, well, I don't know how many there are now. There were like 6 blue zones at one point. And it's about having a sense of the community. It's about having a purpose. Everybody has a purpose. Everybody in your community has a purpose. It's faith oriented. For some people, it's eating plant-based diets. It's walking together. It's a cool concept. And so it's all sponsored originally by National Geographic. And then ARP joined in to help fund it. And they chose one city in the nation to try it on, to see if we could increase our longevity in our community, and they chose the community. I was city manager. We applied for it and got it, and we had a great, awesome time for like 2 years doing it. And but we increased our longevity in our community based on lifestyle changes. It's all based on scientific data, like 18 years.
Wow.
With 2 years of
That's a long time.
Yeah, but and they base it all on, what would you, if you were told you were gonna pass, what would you give for another month with someone, to change, these little changes we can make in our life.
Oh, interesting.
I have always said my daughter Grace is vegan because she grew up in a blue zone. She was raised in that community while we were doing that, so it's kind of cool.
Oh, neat.
But no, I think we could definitely look into, we can bring it forward, because once we get past this week, we're putting that stuff to bed and
We can
Need
look
new
toward the
projects.
future. Yes.
and that would be, there's tons of things
Yeah,
for
that's-
students to do
yeah.
under.
That's a great student advisory.
They can start watching
project.
Yeah, they could, obviously, they're in high school, they don't care about living to 100, but at least at that.
Maybe they should. But they care that their parents do.
And I suppose, well.
Arguably.
Arguably, but, it does kind of make sense. When I saw it, it's like Lions would be a perfect candidate. And you look at our comp plan.
Yeah.
And in the blue zones, and it's
Yeah.
just like, well, there's an 80% overlap.
Yeah. Yeah.
With a few holes that could be filled in.
And we're such a nice little small little petri dish to measure for them.
Yeah, and all the pickleballers were in here.
Oh, yeah.
Because Loma Linda has become.
Loma Linda,
blue zone.
California is on the other zone.
It's a blue zone, yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just thought it would be something that.
I
It's just
can
like
get Dan
it's-
here personally, probably.
Sorry?
I can get him here personally to do his thing.
Yeah, he's a very interesting guy. Yeah,
Okay,
so, all right, okay, I'm done.
great.
And I have one other personal.
Trustee Dodgy. Okay, so the EVC has not met since August 16th. Their next meeting will be September 18th. The Housing and Human Services Commission did not meet in August. Their next meeting will be Monday, September 11th. I do have an update, however, from Sarah Tribold at the Highland Property Management. So we know that the town of Lyons has signed off on 4 certificates of occupancy for the next 4 units. So that's awesome. So from the town's position, there are 4 homes ready to be moved into. However, the 4 families are still being processed. Their application is still being processed. It needs to be complete for them to move in. So really, the ball is in Highland Property Management's court right now, and they need to sign leases with the next 4 families. We know who they are. So it's just a matter of getting through the process and then they can move in. But from the town perspective, all is well from there. I would highly encourage everybody here to get a sneak preview into these homes if you haven't already. There will be a 2-bedroom townhome available between 12:30 and 4 on Sunday. It'll be 403 Carter Drive, Building A. And I haven't actually been inside a townhome since it was like just the beams.
And then 402 Carter Drive will be the 3-bedroom, single-family home. So if anybody has any questions for Paul Capps or Sarah Triangle, they will be there between 12:30 and 4 on Sunday afternoon at those two addresses. And actually, those two, the Lions Valley townhomes will be part of the golf cart tour. So I want to thank our town administrator here for spending so much time on her long weekends and her weekends off and her vacation, working on this golf cart tour, which we're calling the Silver Linings Tour. So this is the tour that she typically gives to officials when they come to visit Lions. And we call it the Silver Linings Tour because it really is a tour of the, flood recovery projects over the last 10 years. And so we have several drivers who have stepped up to train on Thursday and become the ambassador. Really, they're going to be learning Victoria's presentation, her whole tour. And then they'll be taking people out Sunday afternoon, starting from Sandstone Park. So all exhibits, and I know that in the schedule of events here, there was a lot of information going on to one poster. And so the flood exhibits didn't get detailed out, but there will be another poster coming out and it will be on social media. So I just want to clarify that the flood exhibits are taking place between 12:30 and 4 p.m. And they are happening at the visitor center and they are happening at the Redstone Museum. And they're happening at the Lions Library. And here at Town Hall, our town administrator, Victoria Simonson, will be giving her official flood presentation at 1 p.m. and at 2:30 p.m. And so if you would like to be walked back to what happened 10 years ago, this is a really great way to understand what happened that day. We've missed the first event, which was tonight at the library. There's a documentary that actually explained the science behind the flood. It was the fundamentals of the flood by Kat Russell. I hope that was well attended. Our next event will be on Saturday, September 9th at Moxie. There will be an open mic with sharing of stories and poems and songs from the flood. The big day, of course, for the community is on Sunday with the official remembrance ceremony at 11 a.m. and the exhibits between 12:30 and 4. And finally, the community gathering over at Laverne Johnson Park between 3 and 7. So just to give you an idea, there'll be dancers and a procession starting at 3 o'clock. There'll be music between 3:30 and 4 probably. There'll be food and drink available between 4 and 6. And then there'll be some more music intermingled. And so that ends at 7. The park will be closed that day to outside visitors, meaning it'll be closed until about 3 o'clock that day. I think there's one shelter that has been reserved and is there until noon. And then Monday is the candlelight vigil from 6:30 to 8:30, and that will be at the new conference circle. And I really want to thank town staff and, Director Cosgrove and his staff has spent a lot of time creating that confluence circle. A lot of time and energy went into that. And our Director of Communications, Kim Mitchell, has spent a lot of time on posters and signage and things like that. And the committee has been working on this for the last 6 months almost. So if you happen to see Claudia Paterno or Shauna Lee or Diane Dandino or Lucy Moore or Tim Cox or Cherie Moreau, please thank them because it has been a huge task and an honor to really commemorate and celebrate how far we have come in the last 10 years. And I feel like this is a milestone. This is kind of like a marker where we move on from here. So this is really saying thank you to the hard work of the town staff and prior board of trustees and to all those agencies. This is why the official ceremony is so important at 11, because this is our chance to say thank you. We're up in it. Yep. Thank you. And let's move on. Yeah. Grit, grace, and gratitude. So everybody should have a t-shirt. These t-shirts will be for sale for $10. Notice the theme of the event. We've had the grit, we've had the grace, we've had the gratitude, we have the gratitude. And we've still got grit. And we'll have bumper stickers that say the same thing. Love it. Any questions? No. Great. Thank you. If you'd like to attend our last meeting, it'll be Thursday morning at 10 a.m. at the library.
One question, are we gonna do any form of gratitude for FEMA officially? Because FEMA's done an enormous amount, and I know everybody gets the federal government grief.
They'll be there.
We have a representative from FEMA, Liz DiPaolo. I don't know. So I don't know that she'll be speaking.
We aren't
but-
doing a formal recognition of anyone. It's really more of, I mean, they're all having the chance, like state agencies like DOLA and DHSCM and, you know, all these different, and FEMA, and all the folks are all invited to say a few words.
Mhm.
But there's not we don't have anything planned that's like plaque or any, you know, like
Yeah,
a formal recognition. If you think of something, let us know that we could put together by Sunday.
yeah, I just, because,
What we did with, what happened with FEMA most recently is the person that Tracy has worked with for the last however many years, he retired and he was here in June. And he said, I want to bring my whole closeout team to Lions. And they came here for like 5 hours.
And there were like
Wept.
30 of
He
them.
openly cried. He said, we have never, ever been invited to see the after.
yeah,
And that's really, I think, the thank you for a lot of these agencies. They do all, they come, they do all the work, they see all the destruction, they don't get to see the happy ending.
Yeah.
And now I
He's
think,
like, I can't even tell you how to flood. He was just so overwhelmed that.
and so this Sunday, this is a chance for all of these agencies and all of the volunteers, the Salvation Army, the
Red Cross.
yeah, everybody to actually like get some closure, because can you imagine working that hard on disasters and never really being able to know that it all worked out okay?
Yeah, and so it is hard too, because there's not, if you do it to the FEMA Region 8 person, he's out of, you know, if he's out of Montana, it just doesn't have the same, but so we definitely feel like we did it with our group that we worked with at the state level. They were thrilled. They loved it. They actually asked me to come back on Wednesday next week, or Tuesday or Wednesday next week, and present at their state staff meeting, our story in commemoration of the 10-year event. And then they're putting it to bed. So I feel at the state level, they feel recognized and appreciated. You know, we were told, you were the only community in the nation that ever did a we love FEMA bumper sticker. No one has ever told us that, you know.
Well, and even at the housing summit the other day in Boulder County, we met representatives of HUD who were literally cleaning out their offices and came across some Lions archives and said to me, would you like us to ship them to you? Could you use those for your exhibits? I mean, they've got satellite phones, and they've got emergency
This was a
preparedness
big
kits
part
and-
of a lot of people's lives over the years.
For a long time.
10 years.
Thank
But
you.
if you want to think of something, you know, maybe we, even if we want to send something from this group that is just a letter to them acknowledging it after the fact, and as just in light of our 10-year anniversary and remembrance, we could not have done this without you. That could go to a lot of
If you
people.
want to do something a little bit later, there now are. I probably shouldn't. We're closely associated with them at TEDx Mile High. Probably, we'd really like to do something for them related to that. And I think I see that show every time, and every single time when I do their promo, I talk about Lions. And what they did for us. So I've done that 3 times already. But like, you know, Holly, you could come. And the problem is we don't have another show till next September. But it would really it'd be a marvelous thing to do. They would love it.
Well, let's talk offline about it.
Yeah, we could, I mean, it'll come up for me one way or the other, probably around next July. I'll check it with you.
Okay. I'll be here.
I would kind of almost like to do it as a political statement, because I had a lot of people after the flood tell me, oh, FEMA screwed up. Because it was still after Katrina,
Yeah.
right? Oh, FEMA screwed up. No,
Okay,
we screwed up.
well, maybe, yeah, every event, I think they get better. And
Yeah.
we were a huge learning curve for them. And I think we were also, again, small enough that, you know, we could work closer with them than these really big cities.
Well, let's think about how to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe a proclamation or something that was.
That'd be cool.
All right, trustee Elson.
Quick, eliminating new updates.
Okay. I don't have any questions for you. Okay, I've got some updates here. So as Administrator Simonson referred to, we had last week It's called a base camp tour in Laverne Johnson Park. And that is the Colorado Competitive Council. So Senator Marchman, got to show a bunch of other legislators and lobbyists her district. And she chose Laverne Johnson Park and Lyons. And so there were about 45 legislators and lobbyists showed up on a giant bus. Staff went above and beyond to work with the C3 staff to get lunch delivered, the whole thing. We had, and the whole idea is to showcase opportunity. What is the opportunity in Lyons for business? And so we had Moss Rock come and speak. And we had Spirit Hound come and speak, and we had Lee Williams come and speak to his project at 317 Evans. It was really well attended. People seemed very engaged, so we'll see. Hopefully, when we call up our legislators or lobbyists in the fall, or when they see legislation that could possibly affect us, they'll go, oh yeah, I remember being in Lyons, we loved it. And I spoke and Victoria spoke, and so their stop previous to ours was an electric plant.
It was Loveland's Power Company.
Loveland's Power Company. So we like to think,
surprised to hear we did our own power too. They were like, you do?
I think our park trumped their electric plant in terms of enjoyability and a beautiful day. And then they went to Broomfield. So as Trustee Dachi said, she and I and David partially attended a summit on affordable housing that was convened by HUD at the federal level, because I expressed to them at the city summit that there seems to be a lot of money here, but nobody really knows how to get it from who and where to get it for what. And so I think we really all need to be in the same room. And so that happened. And there were 50 attendees, would you say?
Yeah.
From across Boulder County. So it was HUD and Chapa was there and DOLA was there. So a lot of different representatives learning a lot. It was a full day. It was 10 to 3. And it really didn't feel like we got through all the material. So the slides are coming over. There's a lot more opportunities than we thought, for money for things like energy efficiency. So not just for building housing, but for lots of other things. So that was exciting. And I wanted to bring up, there's an opportunity to sponsor the DRCOG annual awards dinner. It would cost us $900 as a town.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel like with all the funding they've given us and the extensions that they've generously agreed to, sort of the least we can do is do a sponsorship for their annual dinner, and I'll volunteer to go. Anybody can join me, I think, but I just think it would be a nice gesture.
So
So
be supporting local business at the same time.
I don't know where they're having their,
Oh, I see. Okay, it's just a financial sponsorship, not like
Yeah.
hosting. Okay.
I did get some feedback.
oh, we get 10 seats. We get a table of 10
Oh, you
seats.
get a table of 10.
Yeah. So, Victoria,
It's totally up to the board, of course. I did reach out to Cassie and to Kim, Kim works very closely with DRCOG on our grant stuff, and Cassie from a finance perspective. They were both, they both think that the intent of the sponsor of this, when you look at the communities that are doing it, are really those metro communities that really get involved with the transportation aspect. So I don't, it's kind of odd for us to be asking them for money and then turning around and giving them, $900 back. But it is purely, if you feel like that's a good thing to do for a small community versus, only being the metro, that's fine too. But I was trying to look for the response the way that Kim wrote it, says it was good. And if she's out there, she can answer it. But totally up to you guys. I mean, it was just kind of odd because we're asking them for money right now too.
are we asking for more money?
Well, I mean, like the trail project, they just, they gave us the extension, but we are always asking for money through tip and tap and other programs, but it's fine. If you guys want to go and fill a table.
Well, that's a question. So it's October 4th, which is a Wednesday. At the Seawall Ballroom at the DCPA. I mean, I don't want to do it if like we buy a sponsorship package, we get 10 seats and I'm sitting at the table. Not hearing a resounding, yeah, let's do it. So, okay, that's fine.
I don't have a problem with the 900, but we have to go to Denver to have dinner. Seriously? Traffic, everything?
I go once a month. Here's the nonprofits and governments that have done it so far. Regional Air Quality Council, Northeast Transportation, Mission Square Retirement Services, Denver South, Denver Health, Chapman. And then there is the City of Lakewood, City of Edgewater, Town of Bennett, they're the smallest, and then Arvada's Transportation Commission.
I think
And-
Edgewater is smaller than Bennett, but
So those are the two small ones. So it's kind of an odd mix of folks. So yeah, but it's, those are the nonprofits and governments.
And can you remind us how much we received from Dr. Cog?
There's so many drives.
A lot of our grants go through Dr. Cog. Anything transportation related is usually through Dr. Cog, who's the direct liaison with CDOT.
So do you feel like this would be a small price to pay to?
Yes.
A huge benefit. I'm happy to go.
Yeah.
I look at it as a thank you.
Yeah.
You know, when I get an email from the executive director saying, we really need sponsors.
Yeah.
And, you know, and I kind of feel like I mean, it is odd taking all this money from them and then giving them $900 back, but also it's a show of, hey, we're really, really grateful for the support we're getting as a small community.
I agree too.
Yeah, I think we should fund it. We can get a bus and go down.
I will drive you.
Can we take
Talk to
Lions
people.
flyer?
You know what, I bet we could rent the Lions.
It's on a Wednesday, yeah.
Yeah, so it's Wednesday, October 4th.
Yeah, we can do it.
Do it.
We can do it. I'm for it.
Okay.
You guys,
I'm
trustee,
not crazy about it. I mean, I'm neutral.
okay.
Yeah.
I would say I'm neutral as well.
I will go, I'm neutral, but I do need to look at my calendar.
We'll just do it.
We'll just do it
Okay.
and then we'll find people to fill the table.
Yeah.
How
I mean,
about that? Thank
obviously,
you.
also, if I would, if somebody in staff would rather go and need a seat.
Well, there's 10 seats,
Yeah.
so there's plenty of room. I've heard it's a great party. And I say that in all seriousness, which is
Oh, I'm
weird
sure
because
they do a good.
because I mean, it's a very serious
Well, and
room.
I'd be happy to invite a few staff that
Yeah.
work closely with them.
Yeah.
Really great stuff.
That might be really nice for Kim and to get a night out and,
Especially if we can take your parking thing.
Brandon wants to go.
well, you can take the car.
And I can take 7 passengers.
if you want me to, I mean, it's closer for me than anybody else, probably.
So much.
Okay, it's sponsoring a table.
Okay, that's it.
I do need to apologize to Victoria though, because Bennett is smaller than Edgewater by 1,000 people, so I was.
Okay. All right, summary of action items, please.
Yes. Item 1, staff is to research an updated quote to update digitalizing of records. A potential joint workshop with fire to discuss fire mitigation. The next item is staff is to present on dry versus electric camping in Bone Park for budget. Next, I have research costs and quotes to resurface paint pickleball court. Next, I have research the pay to park sign is in and installed at the Second Avenue parking lot. Next, ordinance 1151 passed to second reading. Ordinance 1152 passed to second reading. Ordinance 1153 passed to second reading. We are to schedule a workshop with UEB and Tierra Resources, I believe, in a month. Staff is to inform Paroxysm Board of Trustees direction on the agenda item tonight. Staff is also to research cell towers in town to ensure they are following the code requirements for camouflaging. We're also to research projects for the Student Advisory Commission. Victoria is going to send the Blue Zone link to the Board of Trustees. And the town is going to sponsor the Dr. Cog annual dinner for $900.
The only other thing I have is from the budget workshop, and that was to invite the sheriff to present their operating increases to us at some point in this.
Yep.
And then, what kind of taxes can we consider on the April ballot without further burdening commercial businesses?
Yeah, and I think that would be, kind of the broader question of, can staff come back to us with potential taxes and fees that could help?
And then also, did you have asked fire department?
Yep.
Okay. That's what I-
Attorney Devon?
Yeah, I don't have anything. I've already sent in the changes to the ordinance and the lease, so.
Thanks, Brandon.
Okay, great. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
It's moved.
Okay, let's vote. Great.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody.
Good night.
Now you're in one
question is the piece.
Sort of a lunch with.
There's, yeah.